Meeting of the Bellingham Select Board for the purpose of interviewing 4 candidates for the town administrator position.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. John Petrin, Community Paradigm. So I'll be assisting the board with the interviews tonight. The program is going to be basically, I'll ask the questions on behalf of the board. You've all seen the questions in advance. Please feel free to interject any questions, any follow-ups you want at any time. This is your interview. I'm only here to, assist with the process going through. We have our 4 candidates scheduled this evening. So as everybody knows, we advertised for the position and we had a professional panel who reviewed the applications and did initial interviews. I just want to thank that panel at this point. Julie Jacobson. Julie was the town manager for the town of Auburn until she retired earlier this year. She had over 30 years in municipal government, and Julie's still very active in the state and is one of the leading people in the women leading government group here in the state. And the other panelist besides myself was Donna Vanderclough. Donna was she retired as a town manager out of Weston around when I retired, probably around 2019. Donna again had close to 40 years in municipal government as an assistant town manager and town manager in Weston. So again, I want to thank that panel. So at this point, unless the board has any questions, the process is we're going to be interviewing candidates tonight, and then the board has set a meeting for tomorrow at noontime in which you'll have the discussion, as to the candidates at that point in time. So unless you have questions, we're ready to proceed. We have our first candidate here. Sometimes I say contestant, so I'll try to, but we have our first candidate here and ready to proceed if the board's ready.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and at this point, I'd like to introduce Steve Setti, our first candidate here this evening. Steve, you want to introduce yourself?
Welcome, Steve.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks. My name's Steve Setti. I'm currently the town manager in Uxbridge. I've been in Uxbridge a little over almost 4 years now as a town manager. Prior to that, I was the town administrator in Hopedale for about 7.5 years, and before that, a little over 3 years in Richmond, Rhode Island. And then prior to all of that, I worked for 30 years in the pharmaceutical industry. I was in sales management for 22 years. Retired in 2009 after spending about 30 years in private industry. I was also an elected official in Rhode Island for about 16 years. I sat in the same seats you all sit in. I was a town councilman in Gloucester, Rhode Island for a period of time. Was the president of the council for a number of years, and I also spent 2 years on a regional school committee where I was the chair of the regional school committee for a period of time. I kind of parlayed that with my experience in management to get into a second career, and that was begin my time as a managing communities. Thoroughly enjoyed it. In each of the communities I've been in, if I moved to another community, it was always for a new challenge or more experiences that I would get. And that's why I'm here this evening, because I believe that, there's still a lot that I could bring to the town of Bellingham based on my previous prior experiences.
So Steve, first, congratulations on being one of the 4 finalists here. And we want to thank you for putting your time out and applying to the town of Bellingham and being with us this evening. So why don't we start, and why don't you talk about how you would work with the board in understanding the vision of the board for the town, and what do you see your role in that process, as well as setting a path for implementation?
As I said earlier, I was having the background or having the experience as being an elected official. I know what your constituents all require and want from all of you. So I kind of approach things with that in mind as well, even with my select board now. First thing I would do is schedule time with all of you and just talk to you in general about where you see the town of Bellingham now, where you would like to see the town move to in a period of time, and then formulate a plan as to how we both can work together to get to that point. I know my job as an administrator be to administer the policies that you all bring forward. A little bit different than what I'm doing now as a manager, because I'm manage a lot more and have a little bit more responsibility, but would be able to, kind of blend all that to, bring to town of Bellingham what you would need.
So the board is a consensus that leadership skills are critical at this time with this hire. What skills and approach will you bring to the table to address this?
I think in my entire work career, I've always been in a position of leadership. I take that responsibility, very seriously in that, I think you need to lead by example and, not just from behind. I think you need to, I guess it's the lead from up front, approach. As I work with my staff, I like to, work collaboratively with them and empower them into, doing the things they need to do daily in their positions. And would continue to do that moving forward. As far as other leadership skills, like I said, having been an elected official, I know there's a balance and there's sometimes a blend between, two sides, and I always work towards bringing consensus. So I probably look to continue to do that, to try to find consensus in anything that needed to be determined. But all in all, I think it'd just be the example I set every day. I'm usually here and usually at work early. I frequently am the last one to leave many times. Try to go to as many community events as I possibly can. So people in the community get to know me, I get to know them. And even when the times are most difficult, times like COVID and, when we have, a blizzard or something that you need to have somebody, so that people can speak to, talk to, or whatever. I'm frequently in the office, even if, we would either be delaying people coming in or even closing the office. I'm usually there at the office anyway. I've always done that even in, when I first started in this career, I'm always the one there. And, I'd ask DPW to plow a little path for me to get in. And I'd park my truck, and then they'd plow around me until I was ready to go home and come back and get me out. But I think those are the kind of things people want to see.
So let's talk about what you see in this position. What are the opportunities? What are the challenges?
I look at this and it's kind of similar to when I went to the position in Uxbridge. At the time, Uxbridge was on Route 146, and the 146 corridor was starting to be developed. And, I looked at it that I would have a great opportunity to help shape some of that. You're working, with my various departments, my planning board, my other departments in town, and work with the select board as to what are the right things we would want. I see that very similar in Bellingham, although you're a little bit more mature in the process, and 495 corridor is still, changing all the time. It was technology, now it's going to another, it possibly is gonna go to another, a different way, but all in all, it keeps developing, and that's just I guess the benefit of working in the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth economy is very strong. The economies in this area are strong. Blackstone Valley is starting to develop a lot more. I grew up in Cumberland, Rhode Island, right on the other side of town here, and I've seen the changes in the Blackstone Valley just, since I was a kid. How it went from being rural to more suburban, to now, certain areas of the valley becoming more and more of a business center. So, I've seen those changes, and I think those are some of the things I would still approach here in town.
So based on your experience and observation, what's the single most important characteristic of an effective town administrator?
The ability to listen, to be available, to be approachable. I always say, and and my staff, I think, would agree, is that I have an open door policy. So that if anybody wants to come in my office at any time, no matter what, unless I'm working on something critical, I'll stop what I'm doing. And be members of the public especially, and even staff members can come in and take the time to talk to people and to be approachable that way. I think if you're in an office and you close your door and you don't have anybody coming in, I don't think you'd be very effective. Same thing going out to various events. We have first night in Oxford. It's a great night to be out and just, walking around and just seeing what's going on and talking to people. And the same thing with the Memorial Day Parade and other events in town. I think those are big. I'm also very big in seeing, different events that can, happen in our schools. So, one of the things I worked with the parents group and with the school department on was to obtain lights for the Uxbridge High School football. They finally were installed this year, and, powered, and kids were able to have Friday night light football games and soccer teams, and everybody can play under the lights as well. So it's that whole sense of community and bringing everybody in. So I'm a very big supporter of that, and we'll continue to do that.
So you've mentioned schools a little bit, just expound on that a little bit and talk about the relationship between general government. I never say town,
Yeah.
General government and schools, because we're all part of the town. So talk about that.
Yeah, it's one of the things in the time I've been in Uxbridge that I really wanted to develop. Unfortunately, since I've been there, there's been a different superintendent every year. And this past year, I'm sure you all probably saw this, we had 6 school committee members resign out of the 7 that were on the board. So there's been a state of flux that's going on there, but the relationships we're trying to build between my office and my accountant, and in the business office in the school were ones that we wanted to work collaboratively. We wanted to make sure that everybody knew what the needs were going to be, each budget year going forward, so that if there was, and this is a great example this year, is our school department probably is going to take the majority of what our levy is going to be this year, because of coming out of COVID and some of the CARES money and some of the some of their monies that they had used in the past that brought in additional staff. Now we're on the books that a grant isn't paying for anymore. So we need to pick all that up, pick up benefits and so forth. I think from a planning point of view, when it comes to not only salaries and things, but from a benefits point of view, we need to work collaboratively, know if we're going to bring 5 or 6 people on, well, that's going to increase my healthcare budget by a certain amount. So if there's no two-way communication, that becomes an issue. But I think, like I said, all in all, I'd like to think the relationship's a good one, and will continue to be.
By the way, a bottle of water in case water isn't through, so they said no charge to. So let's shift gears into financial planning a little bit. And talk about your past history with financial management strategies and ensuring the organizational sustainability. Specifically, what have been your responsibilities regarding the prep of the annual budget, operating capital, enterprise funds, and so on?
Okay, that's 100% my responsibility as the town manager in Uxbridge. I work very closely with my accounting staff, my treasurer collector, and even the assessor in many ways, because that talk about planning. Need to look forward as to see what's going to happen with respect to growth and so forth in the community. 2 very different experiences. When I was in Hopedale, it was basically a bedroom community that had very little opportunity for any kind of growth. We had the Draper Mill, which just stood vacant for 35 years until it came down recently. But other than that, and that was 70+ acres that could be developed. But there was really no other opportunities except a few off of Plain Street in Hopedale, which obviously borders pretty close to the border with Beaker. When I got to Uxbridge, it was a totally different experience. Once Medline, a major medical product distributor, came in and opened in Campanelli Park, brought in a lot of revenue into the community. Amazon built a building off of 146. We had BJ's Wholesale, which always had their distribution center in the south part of Uxbridge. Recently, Unilock just added, a major addition to their facility. A lot of businesses started looking at that 146 corridor and wanted to locate. And what happened was we would go years where I have, $120 million worth of new growth. and then the next year it'd be 80, and pretty soon we grew the overall value of the town, but also the overall revenue considerably. So I would prepare my budget and I would leave $3 million on the table that we never spent. So all that would go into free cash, which helped us with our capital, stay ahead of our capital planning programs. And also we built our stabilization up to the point where the Board of Selectmen had put a policy in place to have a certain amount in stabilization. And so we were able to fund those things, which made the town financially stronger. So the next step was how we're gonna plan. So we've been starting to do the financial planning, starting to look 5 years out. We've got our capital plans out, a number of years out. I'm lucky in that I have a very strong police, fire chief, and a DPW director who are very good at forecasting out what their capital needs are going forward. New accountant I have has an auditing background, so we're starting to look a little bit differently as to how we look at our finances. Unfortunately, we have a treasurer collector position that's open that we haven't been able to fill. I think a lot of communities are facing issues with financial positions, but the core group, the core financial group that I have together, we're starting to plan things out, working with the assessor now to look at where we are with respect to new growth over the next few years based on some of the things we have coming in. We've lowered the tax rate from somewhere 1750 down to 1395 over the last 4 years. We have a single tax rate, we don't have a split rate. If we went to a split rate, we'd probably be somewhere similar where Bellingham is right now. Maybe even a little less. Our goal was always to try to get to have that lowest tax rate in the Blackstone Valley, but not at the expense of having peaks and valleys when it comes to the budgeting. While speaking with my financial team, what our goal is to set a tax rate and have that tax rate be a stable tax rate for a 5 year or plus or more period, and then be able to fund some of the other infrastructure needs and some of the other projects that we're looking at just through the additional revenue we have, coming into town. So it would never affect the taxpayer per se, but it would be, that revenue would fund if we went out to bond or whatever, it would pay for those, and the tax rate would pay for our operating expenses.
So how would you come in and immerse yourself in the finances here and the budget process?
I think it'd be the same thing as I said earlier about getting to know the select board members. And that would be to talk to the finance director that you have in town. I know you have a new one that you just hired. Maybe that would be a good thing, if 2 new people coming in at the same time and being able to look at the situation and maybe help doing that planning, but also involve, other department heads who've had more experience with it, and just get a full picture as to what's going on and how to move on from there.
Question?
Just knowing the town of Uxbridge, can you explain how you got the process of assessing the old fire station and getting the new fire station going, and
Okay.
that whole process?
So the new station was built prior to me getting there.
Oh, okay.
I used to joke with the chief that I drove by it every day going to Hopedale. So I saw the whole building being built and all that, but I didn't have anything to do
Well,
with it.
then the one in Hopedale, then, how did you do the
No,
the station?
No, the station, that station was already there as well. That's actually fairly old, quite old.
Right, but they remodeled it, didn't they, or?
Not, no, but when I was here, the only thing we did was we actually went from ALS to BLS to ALS
Right,
for our ambulance service.
okay.
So let's talk a little bit about financial forecasting. You touched upon it, but also reviewing financial policies. I think you probably had to do a little bit of that as
Yes.
well.
Yeah, we, again, and that's one of the things we continue to do. I have a select board member who, that's one of the things he constantly is looking at. If we set a policy and whatever it might be, how do we determine that we're following the policy? Those kind of things, and making sure that, we stick to what we say. And I think that's the biggest challenge in communities that may not have had, especially, capital stabilization that we have now, town didn't have in the past. And there was always the knee-jerk reaction. So, oh, we need this right now. Well, we have the money, let's go do it. Versus, having a plan in place, sticking to the plan and being disciplined enough to stay with it. And I think that's the same thing when it comes to, or a same approach when it comes to, whatever financial forecast you're doing, for anything other than say, some of those capital things. You mentioned schools. I mean, at some point, if the determination is population's growing enough and there's more, students coming in, do you need a new school? Or do you need to do an addition? You need to be ready to plan for that. And I think it's also looking at what's the current debt situation, is a certain amount of debt falling off after a certain period of time. Can you plug, something into that spot? And is there an appetite for those kind of things for the town?
So maybe you can talk about some large municipal projects, that you've handled or managed. And have you had any experience in securing alternative forms of funding for capital?
Yeah, and I'm positive this is gonna go back to when I first started as a town administrator in Rhode Island. One of the first things I was tasked with was we needed to extend the water line and have a water tank. So went out and looked at, the traditional ways of funding that. And then also looked into working with USDA. So I have experience working with USDA. I was able to get 55% loan, 55% grant, 45% loan on a project to extend the water line and to build a water tank in the town. And in that basically didn't really cost the town a lot of money. We were able to do a betterment over a period of 10 years for anybody that was going to connect into the line. So that helped them as well to pay for that. So that was a larger type project that I worked on. The other communities have been more, roofs and projects along those lines. We're in the process now, and a lot of road infrastructure projects, working with DPW in Hopedale. I was able to get a MassWorks grant for the intersection at Route 16 and Hopedale Street where the Cumberland Farms is. And finally they did the light. That was, one of those things that hopefully would have gotten done sooner. But, worked on that there. I also, worked to secure the funding to fix the Freedom Street Bridge in Hopedale at a period of time. Since I've been in Uxbridge, like I said, it's been mostly assisting, other departments in securing funding, the lights in the field. We redid a basketball court in the, one of our playgrounds, those kind of things. So I was the one who worked on getting the funding for that. And like I said, the McCluskey School, which is an old middle school that we inherited from the school department, is still a project that I hope in the spring there'll be funding for. We're looking to make that a municipal complex. So we'd move our town hall, our school department offices, our senior center, and other departments there. And we'd still have plenty of room that we could actually lease out space to a junior college or something that's looking to have night classes or whatever in the building. But to be able to do that, initially we were going to move our emergency ops center. The first drawings and plans had a lot of glass to it and all that. And it was $70 million. And as soon as I brought it to the board of selectmen, they kind of went, nah, not going to happen. So we lopping off the ELC and some of the glass, and now have it down to 45 to 50 million. But with the understanding that the other buildings that we're going to leave now become assets that the town can either sell or they can do something else with. So, hopefully, or put those back on the tax roll anyway. So that would help us, offset some of the costs.
So in HR today, what are some of the issues in general, that you have to tackle with human resources?
Yeah, I think they're different depending on the day. I've had the opportunity, or not the opportunity, I've had times where I've had to dismiss, people from their positions for, either the performance in the job or or some other things that, you know, that they may have done. It's not always pleasant, you know, but it's part of the job. I think in each of the places that I've been, I've had experiences where I've had to do that. I follow performance management steps. I also work with my staff, so the staff does, you know, documents and make sure that if we're going to make that move, we're legally, you know, within our parameters. I also work with our council. We have KP Law as our town council, and Joe Fair is a person I've worked with for a lot of years and learned a lot from Joe when it comes to you know, be it grievances for, you know, police or fire or just general, you know, personnel things. I now have an HR manager, soon to be an HR, hopefully director, who works in our town. He's got certified, and you know, and so a lot of that responsibility now is going to HR. But in most of the positions I've been part of the hiring and the terminating of employees.
3 important qualities you seek when hiring an employee.
Dependability, somebody will be there. I guess this goes back to my days when I was hiring in the drug industry. I get a little leery when people are jumping jobs every year, or have a resume that they've been out of school for 10 years and they have 12 jobs. It can be, I mean, obviously pursue that, but that's an issue. But and also just someone who can be coached and, you know, is willing to take the time to maybe take some extra classes and learn more in their job. We all can do that. Doesn't matter if you're, you know, somebody who's been around for 10 years, 15 years, if there's classes available to you, and, you know, and the town is willing to pay for the professional development. Like people are willing to take the time and do that and bring something back.
How do you encourage teamwork?
I think I said earlier, what I like to do is I empower my department heads, especially to run their departments as they see fit, you know, and obviously kind of I'll work with them, you know, more just, you know, check in, make sure things are going okay, unless I have to step in on something. We also, as a team at the town hall in Uxbridge, I'd like to think that, you know, we work very well as a team, and that, you know, one of the things, you know, and this is through my executive assistant, who came up with a great idea, is we do a employee appreciation lunch every year in August. And we shut down, you know, our town offices for a couple of hours. We have, you know, this year we had, you know, a barbecue company, you know, do the food. We had an ice cream truck come in, and then, you know, we had people playing cornhole and other games and so forth. But that time allowed everybody to kind of get together and all, and, you know, people from DPW will come and sit with people from another department, and everybody else to kind of mingle and just kind of get to know each other, and it worked out pretty well. And the other times is things we'll do are more like potluck type things around holidays and so forth. So, you know, kind of get everybody together. And then every now and then, I know my assessor, you know, every so often we'll go to Jumbo Donuts and bring a box of donuts in, and kind of goes around and, you know, brings donuts to people. I brought bagels in the past and stuff. Just, I think as a group in town hall, we you know, people try to work together. And then obviously there's times where it's not so pleasant, where someone has a death in the family and so forth, and, you know, and everybody either will try to go to a wake if there is one, or you definitely will contribute and send a plan, or, you know, something along to somebody. I think that helps as well.
Not all employees tend to want to be team players. So how do you deal with an employee in that type of situation?
Try to do the best we can with them, because you know, there might be other things that they can bring to the table that may not be as visible as part of a, you know, working as a group, but trying to encourage whatever the best in them is, and try to bring that out and try to highlight that, you know, when other people are saying, well, this one isn't participating with, you know, X, and you say, well, no, but contributing here. So, try to make it so that people are aware they are still doing something.
Jen, can I ask a question?
Sure.
So you had brought up before about school committee
Mhm.
and the superintendent. Now you've had a different superintendent. So my question to you is this, because with social media being the way it is,
Oh, yeah,
it's very lively with the town of Uxbridge, as you know.
yes.
So, but how do you handle this particular superintendent and the way that things have come out and how hard it is for, like for myself, when I read it, I think, oh my God, what goes on there? And so how are you able to maybe kind of stop some of that?
Right, so I approach it because I have to have a professional relationship with the superintendent. And I do, and and everything else, I purposely don't go on social media. So I don't want to know what's on there. People tell me, and enough people do see it, but I don't look at what's going on with all of that. Obviously, there's always two sides to a story. Sometimes social media will tell one side, maybe you don't get the other side. But I think that in the position I'm in, I can't choose sides, so, per se. I think you need to approach it so that you can be as impartial as possible in the situation. I know everybody else will make the rest of it all come down. Now, I may personally have my own opinion on it, but publicly, I think I have to kind of play it right down the middle.
Okay. Thank you, John.
Sure. So economic development, talked a little bit about, for Uxbridge. What do you see here in Bellingham? What do you see, as the opportunities? And how would you approach, the issue of economic development, which is big in this community?
Yeah, I guess it's working with, planning boards and, people in the planning department, to take a look and I think you also have to look at really what trends are. There's a lot of warehouses and big buildings being built, and I know you have, actually, went to the Best Buy and bought a refrigerator there. And had to pick it up at the warehouse. So, so there's a lot of that happening, and whether or not that's gonna kind of, play itself out, I think needs to be determined, because if that's the case, we're gonna have hundreds of thousands of square footage of warehouses that are gonna be empty. Now, unless they can be repurposed to something else, that's the challenge. If that's the case, then where there's those opportunities, you continue to do that. But I also think I try to read newspapers or still read newspapers as much as I can to get an idea what certain trends are. Is that and are things moving towards from west to east? A lot of times it happens. And what are those things? We give you an example. We had in Uxbridge there, an old hat where they used to play indoor soccer and a number of other things. And now somebody bought that. And at the time, and what they wanted to do was repurpose the building for a lot of the cannabis, businesses that seem to want to come to Uxbridge. But that whole business has kind of taken a downturn as well. I think, at one time when Massachusetts was one of the few states that had, a lot of recreational use of cannabis, and Uxbridge in particular was one of the towns that embraced it right away. We were the first town that when you came in from Rhode Island and came across from Connecticut, that people could come to. So the business was big at the time, but it's like I said, tailed off. Since then, I've heard from the owner of the building may now reopen the building, but put pickleball in there. Pickleball is the biggest, hottest. Probably could do very well. I remember at the time, my father-in-law owned tennis clubs. He actually owned 4-court tennis club here in town. And tennis at the time was big when Jimmy Connors and Bjorn Borg and all of those guys were, and Chris Everett and Martina were the big players at the time, and that seemed everybody wanted to play tennis. So that had its trend. Then it went to racquetball. Then it went back to now it's everybody has a gym, it seems, and all that. So I think but the same building gets repurposed into a number of different things. So I guess it really comes down to looking at that and kind of following that kind of trend.
So let's dive into a little bit of communications internally and externally. So how would you increase communications, and what type of methods, communication methods would have you implemented?
I think having, just being, like I said earlier, being available, people coming in and knowing they come in and talk, I think is probably the easiest way. Not everybody, will pick up the phone and call. Not everybody will use use an email or things along those lines. And so I think face to face is always going to be the best. We haven't really embraced, I'm blanking on the other, say, because I don't use social media that much. The other means of communicating to social media. I know a lot of people have a Twitter page and they have all those other things, and we haven't done that yet. And, my concern is, unless it's just one way, so it's as us being able to put information out and not having people respond, because once you get into that back and forth, you can either go down a rabbit hole and be totally lost, or it could be something that just becomes really detrimental just because something's construed a certain way. So I think it becomes an issue. One of the things that I just haven't done, and probably will make the time to do moving forward, is either a newsletter that can go out on a monthly basis to the community. I know I've seen some where some town administrators or managers have sent to do a monthly, here's what's going on in town type thing. And just kind of encompasses a lot of what's happening in the various departments. I do a monthly report to the Board of Selectmen, the Select Board of my town. I'll do it, a lot of times it's just as part of my town manager update. They get the whole thing, and then I try to put it into a written form so that gets posted. Some months it just things happen and kind of you realize you're into the next month already. But I think those are the probably more effective ways to do it.
How would you approach with, we had quite a bit of turnover here with, the town administrator position. We have a brand new police chief, brand new fire chief, brand new CFO. How would you communicate with them being the town administrator and also brand new?
Well, as I said, I think that would be an ideal thing, all of us together. And it's, I would meet regularly with all the group together to say, okay, what do we experience? What are the things is there something we're all seeing in common? And is that something that's just more of a heritage thing in the town that we need to make sure that we're aware of? Or is there something else that we're missing? To try to figure out what that is. Ideally, I know when it came time to set my goals and objectives, the select board, we met on a Saturday. It did almost like I don't want to say quite a retreat, but it's more of a workshop type thing where, we met over the training room at the fire station and kind of had a whiteboard and so forth, and kind of drew it all out and just had an informal discussion about what those things were going to be. And then we kind of formalized it. So at the next select board meeting, the board had, what my goals were going to be and how they were going to evaluate me and so forth. It might not be a bad idea to do the same thing. Just get together somewhere and just say, what are the things we want to accomplish? How do we do it? And just come up with some questions and just kind of, just go free flowing and try to come up with a solution.
Let's talk about resolving conflict and disputes, but at the bigger level. I'm not talking employee here, it's on the issues within a town. So how do you go about trying to bring, addressing that type of situation?
Yeah, I said earlier, try to work the consensus as best I can. Sometimes you can't, sometimes it's pretty cut and dry as the way things have to go. Find that a lot, when we're working with developers trying to come in and they want to do something a certain way, and no, we won't allow it. And it's that's the answer. It's no. If they're gonna still come, they come. If they don't, well, unfortunately, they're gonna bring their business somewhere else. But I think you have to, be willing to bend. And to a certain point, and then, if you can't, if there is no compromise, then I think you have to understand that sometimes you just gotta walk away and there's not gonna be a resolution.
So working with these folks, how do you communicate, with the board, or the select board on large and small issues?
Always keep everybody informed on anything that, especially larger issues or things that happen in town. So that you're never blindsided with, anything coming up. So I make it a point to make sure I send things out to you. I'll always use the BCC. If it's an email, so that nobody can respond also, it's not any open meeting violation or anything along those lines. Other times it might be, certain situations where someone has a particular question, particular issue with something, and it would just be a matter of either through a text or something along those lines to keep you informed. But I will never not make sure you're aware of something. I don't think so. The worst thing that could happen for me as a town administrator is for you to find out something that was a major issue in town and find that out from somebody in town telling you. That wouldn't be acceptable.
What's a successful relationship look like between the town administrator and the board?
I think that we all trust each other. I think that's the most important thing is we all gotta trust each other as far as, what we're doing, that we communicate frequently, that people feel comfortable coming into town hall or comfortable just picking up the phone and Steve, can I run something by you or whatever it might be. I think that's what a successful relationship is. If we're here and you can feel the tension in the room and you can cut the tension, as they say, with a knife, then that's a real problem.
So what happens when you actually differ with the board on a situation? How do you handle that?
If it's, like one-on-one discussions that we're having or whatever. As I said earlier, my job is to administer whatever policies you put out. So we may differ behind closed doors, we may have differences, but when we come into this room, we're all on the same page. So whether or not I think something should go this way and you say it should go the other, when I come into this room, it's going the way you say you want it to.
So what if during a board meeting, there's a motion to enter executive session, but based on your experience and training, you believe the subject is not exempt, and they don't have the right to go executive session? How do you handle that? And you weren't aware of it in advance.
I express the reasons why I don't believe it should. Try to give some other examples of, similar situations that weren't covered in an executive session. I think it really comes down to more of experience, and as I said, the trust part of it. People trust your decisions you're making. I think, people will listen to say, okay, maybe, maybe we handle it in a public session or make it an agenda item on a future agenda.
What's the first 90 days on job look like?
First 90 days is a lot of getting to know people, not only department heads, but staff and everybody, just to get an idea of, what their layout of the town is. I think some people may not be, comfortable expressing in a big group meeting, but one-on-one would be. So I like to get to know everybody that way, get to know, people in the school department, obviously go over both police and fire, the police and fire departments, not only get to know the chief and the chiefs and their command staff, but get to know just everybody. So if I'm driving on the street and I see one of the police officers and I wave, I know who I'm waving to, that kind of thing. Get to know people that way. And then if there's any events that are going on, get to know people in town. Maybe even have an open house type thing where people come in and, talk to the town manager. Because of the way people usually pronounce my last name is Set. One of the things that our Uxbridge cable wants to do is do a monthly set the record straight type thing, you know, so in other words, it would be ideal if people could call in and, you know, with questions and kind of answer current questions, maybe to eliminate some of that Facebook stuff. But if not, just even written questions and just have a dialogue, and so people can go back and refer to it. We find that local cable, when we have town meeting and other things, it's very effective. People watch. I do a segment all the time where I go through the town meeting warrant and go through each article in the warrant, so people have an idea what they're gonna experience coming to town meeting. That kind of thing, so, and that, you know, we post it on the website, and I'm amazed at how many hits it gets. You know, not that I'm, you know, one of the, influencers on, social media or anything, but it is pretty effective, and I think if you did something like that, that would be a, you know, something that people would, you know, take the time and at least listen to.
So if you were appointed here 1 year from now, and you're given a report to the board, what would you hope to be able to say as to what your accomplishments were over that 1 year period?
I would think that whatever the goals that we all set, those goals are all being met and exceeded considerably. The things that you talked about building a relationship with staff, people would say that that's a given, it already has happened. That made inroads with people in town, you know, people know who, you know, not just by name, but by sight, who the town administrator is. Financially, we're in a good place, we haven't gone backwards at all, maybe even look at that. Are we able to, you know, improve our, you know, bond ratings and things based on some of the things we have in place? And then, looking at, you know, whether or not, you know, we've had any new commitments from any kind of new development in town, so economic development continues to move forward, and just all in all, just the relationship that should be developed are going in a positive direction.
Any questions from the board at this point?
If you were to apply that same answer in each of the 3 towns you worked at previously, did you hit that goal of the 1 year mark?
Yeah, I think so, and I think even as I've left, when I left each community, I think I left them all in a better position than when I first got there. So one of the things I learned when I was a kid, you know, my mom used to always say, leave wherever you were better than when you first got there. And I like to think that in each of those situations, I've been able to do that. I like to think so, because in each of the communities after I've left, I still have people call me and ask for my advice on certain things, and even to this day it happens.
I've probably been accused of being a little bit more direct, so I'm not gonna stop now if I can. When you took the job in Uxbridge, did you envision it being your last job?
No. It's based on the history of everything that was there, at the time I didn't. But, you know, obviously, I'd be perfectly happy being back in Uxbridge and staying there. I think like I said, there's a lot still to do. But like I said, moving on to the next challenge, moving on to a community that's bigger. You know, obviously, this budget is about $20 million, $25 million more than what the current budget is. You know, the town is a much bigger town. There's other challenges and other opportunities that would be available, that would present itself here that may not in Uxbridge. So that's why I'm saying
So following up on that question, am I safe to say that this wouldn't be your last job either?
no, I think it would be. You know, but based on, you know, age and so forth, I'd get to a point where if I did anything after this, would be retired.
Appreciate it. Can I ask a few financial questions?
Sure.
Okay.
It's your meeting.
What was your bond rating when you finished the refinancing? At your last town?
You know, in Hopedale.
Well, you wrote in your resume that you refinanced to go to 1% and you saved the town $260,000. And you went through the town's bond.
Yes, we're AA.
You mentioned that you instituted zero-based budgeting. Do you believe that should be done every year?
Yes. And I'll tell you why. I look at, when I do my budgeting, I look at the the expense ledger from the prior year. I don't believe just because something's been budgeted should be budgeted every year if it's not being spent. We can repurpose that money and use it somewhere else probably.
Okay. You mentioned that you had the lowest tax rate in the region. Or the goal was to get to that point.
Yes, yes.
When you measure that, do you measure it as the cost per thousand?
Yes,
Oh,
cost per thousand based on what the average price per home is in the, in the community.
so let's say that the cost per thousand is $9 per thousand. But the average houses are 200,000.
Mhm.
And another community, the average cost is 362,000. That formula may dictate that the lowest rate may not necessarily be the lowest taxes.
Right, but I also have to have enough money to manage the, whatever budget I have too, so it's all based on our expenses, based on what, based on revenue and so forth as well. So as revenue goes up, the ability to lower the tax rate, is there as well. I also realize that right now, average price for home in Uxbridge now is $411,000. So if that changes, obviously that might change the tax rate.
When you've looked at Bellingham, what changes do you think we may need to make?
Good question. I know, I've known Dennis for a long time and I know it's a very well-run town. I don't know if I can make a determination and say that, immediately something would have to be done without really getting into it a little bit more. But I do see, it just could be, maybe some departments or, budgets could shift a little bit and change, so.
The last bullet point on town manager for the town of Uxbridge. You list that the town manager shall be the chief fiscal officer of the town.
Mhm.
How does that fall in line with the chief financial officer of the town?
We don't really have a finance director, so I have an accountant and I have a, treasurer collector. At the end of the day, the old saying, the buck stops here. I don't know if anybody's watched Billions, they show Billions, I'm basically the buck.
Okay.
So it has, so I'm the one who's responsible.
Anybody else? Steve, a quick opportunity here. I don't know if you have a question of the board at this time.
No, I've looked at what you're looking for in the next town, the next town administrator. I think I feel a lot, meet a lot of those criteria. Most of my life or my entire life, I lived in the Blackstone Valley, so I understand the valley. I've managed on both sides of you, basically in Hopedale at one point and Uxbridge in the other, and kind of understand this area, understand what's going on around here. Even more so when it comes to things that aren't, so cut and dry, I guess, when it comes to municipalities. Said, I have a connection, in kind of an odd connection to the town, but my wife grew up in Woonsocket. Most of my wife's family, my mother-in-law who recently passed, her grandparents, a brother-in-law, his mother and father, and they're all buried at St. Jean the Baptist Cemetery. So we're up here, we're in town frequently. So I know that's kind of an odd way to say have a connection, but we do. So, it goes to show how close to this area we've always been. Like I said, I've been in and around the area, so I think I can provide, the kind of leadership you need. Said replacing Dennis is not going to be an easy thing. But we have worked together in the past on CDBG grants and some other things, so I have an idea of the town and just in general what you might be looking for.
So, any other closing statement? Is that okay?
I think it's
So again, thank you very much for being here. As you heard me earlier, the board will be meeting tomorrow,
Mhm.
and you'll be hearing back from me
Thank
after that. Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
Very nice meeting you.
So we've got a couple minutes if you want to break here, and our
I'm
next
gonna-
person is here.
Crazy in my.
And there was a background.
I know.
Yeah.
I know, I'm afraid to turn it down though, because I'm afraid then they won't be the other mic. That's the only thing.
Okay, so I will.
I'm gonna step out now. I'm gonna put this on mute for a second. Oh, thank you, yeah.
Thanks for having me, appreciate it. So I'm a Worcester County kid. Spent a lot of my adult life away. I was in the military for a long time, as you saw my, on my resume. Did 17 years in the military, ended up leaving the military early. My mother got very sick and she was my only family. Ultimately, it was cancer and strokes, and she hung around for a long time, but from there, I went into higher ed, and a friend of mine, or a woman that I knew who lived in Uxbridge, said, "Hey, we're hiring a town, we're looking for a town manager." And I had been managing folks for close to 20 years in the Army at varying levels, but I had no knowledge of municipal government at all. It sounded like an interesting challenge. I threw my hat in the ring. So Uxbridge was my first foray into this, and it turned out to be something that I really enjoyed. I look at the military as sort of public service, right? My idea of public service is it's sort of a smaller group of people working all sort of in a particular direction, the mission, if you will, all sort of for the greater good. And that's what municipal government is, right? It's about a relatively small group of us, whether it's elected officials or appointed folks, all kind of working for the benefit of the 18,000 people who live in Bellingham. So as you can see in my resume, I've worked in a couple of towns. I also had the opportunity to work as a staff attorney for AFSCME, which is a union that represents a lot of municipal employees. And it was interesting being on the other side of the table, because in my years in municipal government, I had negotiated a lot of collective bargaining agreements, dealt with a lot of employment issues. I'm an attorney, and looks like my sort of specialty at this point has become human resources and employment law. So that was very interesting. And I got the opportunity to get back into municipal government in the town of Millbury, which is a town that I had lived in back in the 90s. And so my contract was up it was to be up this coming November in Millbury. And we hadn't initially in the spring, it looked as though the board and I had sort of talked about things, and it looked as though there was going to be a successor contract. We hadn't started those negotiations yet. And I had a member of my wife's family get sick. And so it was really unclear as to whether I was going to be coming back in November. So I sat down with the board in Millbury, and basically we sort of agreed to let me out of my contract a few months early, so that I could spend what I've spent the last 2.5 months helping to care for a member of my wife's family, which has been sort of gratifying. I had the ability to sort of be out of work for a few months without it being a huge financial detriment to my family. My wife's family, since I have no other family, has really welcomed me. And so it was really, good to be able to give back to her family. That being said, I work in municipal government and I really like it. And I needed to get back to work. And this is the area that I want to work in terms of central Massachusetts area. This is where I'm from. I'm a small town manager and administrator. I don't want to work in a larger municipality or city. I'm a small town kid. And so, like I think a lot of people that are coming in here, I'm hoping for my sort of forever home. Hopefully this is we all come in here saying, hopefully this is my last job. As we all know, the shelf life of town managers isn't always that long, 3 to 5 years or so. But I think we all come in here saying, this is the place we hope is a good fit. So Bellingham is a great town. I've done a lot of sort of shopping here, driven through it plenty of times. So this is the type of town that I hope to, continue and finish my career.
So I'm going to spend a lot of time talking about your municipal side of things,
Okay.
but I just want to touch upon the 17 years in the military. If you could just talk very briefly about your postings or your background from the military side, because that's not insignificant.
Right. So most of I started off in the National Guard as a typical part-time weekend warrior, as they used to call us. I was an aircraft mechanic and ended up going into flight school. I became a flyer. Ended up going active duty National Guard. The state stood up, in 1997, the state of Massachusetts out at Westover in Chicopee stood up a counter drug aviation unit. They happened to be utilizing aircraft that I had trained in. So I did that for close to 10 years or so, I think. And then as I was doing that, as I was active duty, I was going to law school at night. Took me 5 years because in 2001, as we all know, the war on terror started. So I got deployed a few times. So law school took me 5.5 years. So after I finished law school and became an attorney, I went into the big army, into the regular army. I was at Fort Knox, which is where I started my military career. I went to boot camp at Fort Knox, and then my first posting as an attorney was at Fort Knox. And it was at that point, it was 6 months or so after I got promoted to captain, that my mother became sick. And so after I finished my what was to be my last deployment, I ended up processing out so that I could come back home and care for her. So did some combat stuff. Most of my service was stateside though.
So how would you work with the board in understanding the vision of the board for the town? And what do you see as your role in that process, as well as setting a path for the implementation?
Well, the role of a town manager or administrator, is always to sort of implement the board's vision. So the advantage that I have as a full-time employee is that I'm here 40, 50, 60 hours a week. And while you folks live in the town and you're out there hearing from stuff that sort of the day-to-day, and kind of what happens, at 9:30 on a Friday or at 1:30 in the afternoon on a Tuesday, that's not stuff that you guys all always know about. And so towns need someone, especially in this day and age of all the mandates that come down to us from the state, less so from the federal government, although we always have to pay attention to the federal government because a lot of the funds that we apply for, the grant applications and stuff like that, a lot of those things are pass-throughs. As you know, we've all been spending ARPA funds for the last few years, right? Well, that came to us from the state, but it started at Treasury, right? It started in DC. So my job is to give you the most information that I can to make sure that you all can make informed decisions. Now, as a town administrator in Bellingham, as opposed to say town manager in Millbury, the town administrator here has a little less autonomy, perhaps. But I think it's one of the pitfalls that town managers can fall into is because we have a lot of autonomy, is that it's easy to make decisions and sometimes maybe communicate a little bit less with the board than we could or should. Right. So one of the things that I find that the boards always rely on the manager. Boards have always relied on me for everything from parliamentary procedure, just getting through a meeting at times. Do we entertain a motion here? Do we have to, what's the sort of, the Roberts rule here that applies? But I think most of the time, it's just making sure that we can find the money to do what you want to do and to make sure that whatever it is you want to do is legal. And assuming that it is legal, we got to make sure that we do it within any legal parameters. We also have to keep our eye on sort of what the effect obviously is going to be on the budget and on the taxpayer. Bellingham's had a historically very, very low tax rate. You benefited from a split tax rate, but you don't want to put all the burden of all the development and all the improvements that you want to make in the town. You don't want to put all that burden on the commercial tax base. If life gets too tough for the commercial tax base, those folks will find other places to go and operate, right? So, so I think my vision for the board is just to make sure you all know as much as possible. If you know something, if I know that something's coming down the pike, that you find out about it before it happens. But at the very least, you all know what's going on, the state of the town's finances, and then obviously those discussions we have every year with the budget, with the capital improvement plan or whatever, all those discussions have to be done with an eye, not just on today and how much money do we have now, but what's the effect going to be next year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years down on the road. And also, I think we can't please everybody all the time, but our goal is always the greater good. We need to put as much of the taxpayers' money to work to benefit as many of those taxpayers as we can, which is a challenge. But again, that's the thing that I sort of have as the person who's working here 40 hours a week. I have maybe a little more intimate knowledge. That's all stuff that I have to pass on to you so that you can keep doing the things that you want to do for the residents. And hopefully those are things that keep you getting reelected.
So a little further, touch upon the skills and approach you bring to the table for, as to leadership skills.
Well, I would say I would consider myself an employee-friendly, boss. I refer to my coworkers as coworkers or colleagues. We all know that there's someone that is in charge. There's someone sort of in the corner office or at the top of the pyramid, if you will. But a town manager, I can't do my job without administrative support. I can't do my job without the department heads. Department heads are subject matter experts, right? We all have to sing for our supper at some points, right? I have to make sure, and I have to help guide the department heads and make sure that their vision is in line with the board's vision and is in line with the amount of money that we have to spend. But I like to let my department heads run their departments with a certain amount of autonomy and make those decisions. I don't feel the need to micromanage them. The flow of information starts with those folks, and then it comes to me, and then it goes to you. So I need to have really close relationships with those folks. I always, I have a monthly department head meeting, which is not uncommon. One of the things a lot of town managers will say is sometimes the department heads that work in the building, the satellite buildings in the library or the senior center, there aren't in town hall. There's not as much regular interaction, right? I might run into the planning director on a daily basis because she might be in the building. So I always made it a point to make sure I met separately monthly in addition to my department head meetings with those folks to make sure that they were getting the face time that they needed. I have an open door policy when it comes to either employees, to elected officials, or to residents. I like to be able to solve problems as they come up. We can't always schedule our problems. So I find that having flexibility and the ability to say, when Mr. Hennessy comes in at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on Tuesday, and I wasn't necessarily expecting him to come in, but I'm going to make some time, and we're at least going to have a 5-minute conversation about what you want to talk about. And a lot of times I say, what is it we want to talk about? And I usually want a little bit of time to kind of prepare and make sure I can give you some information. So employees need to understand their role in the big operation. Administrative folks tend to be the lower paid folks here, but there's an argument to be made that they're some of the most important because the department heads can't do their jobs. No one can do their jobs without administrative support. And when just one of those people is out of work, say it's vacation for a week or sick for a day, or something longer term, the whole operation limps a little bit. And what I have found is that when folks understand how important they are to the operation, to the whole operation, not just to their particular desk or their particular phone or their particular department, but how all the departments sort of interact and hold hands and how the departments need one another, I find that increases or helps an employee maintain engagement when they know that they're not sort of siloed, they're not just living in a little bubble, and well, if not me, somebody else will handle it. So I like to collaborate with folks. I like to recognize employees. I like to utilize board meetings, whenever it's pretty rare, but when someone, a resident takes the time to send a letter saying, hey, I got really good treatment in the planning department or in an inspections department or whatever. Those are letters and, kudos that I like to share with the board and with the public, to make sure that those folks are recognized, because as we spend a lot more time kind of feeling like we're kind of getting kicked in the teeth or punched in the gut than we are patted on the back, in spite of our best efforts, right? So I think folks we need to celebrate the wins with folks. We need to help them through the losses and make them understand that we live to fight another day, that just because this was a tough week or a tough month or a tough project, things didn't go the way we want them to. That doesn't mean we hang our heads and we bury our heads in the sand. So it's kind of an all for one and one for all. In terms of when problems do come, I like to maintain close relationships with the union and with the external reps, the reps from the unions themselves, because I found that oftentimes a conversation can get us to where we need to go, as opposed to ending up filing paperwork. I'm sort of proud of the fact that I've never ended up in, at the labor board or an arbitration or even interest arbitration, with contracts, because I've been able to work out even some serious disciplinary issues that have happened. So everybody just needs to understand that they're important, and accountable. So you're important. We need you. So that means this is your job. Make sure you understand what your job is. And those are the things you're going to be evaluated on. That's how you're going to be. That's what I'm going to expect from you. And hopefully based upon those skills that I and the department had identified, hopefully we can develop folks. And that's how you promote from within. There's almost nothing more gratifying than having a department head sort of age out or retire or decide to leave or whatever, and to be able to take somebody that's already been working here and promote that person, as opposed to going outside the building. So
based on your research, what are the opportunities here, and what are the challenges that got you to apply for the position?
Well, the budgeting has really been great. The town has been well run. I'm kind of a budget nerd myself. Although in Millbury, I was able to get exposed a lot more to the sort of the state grant process. We utilized a lot of MassWorks grants, a lot of community development block grants. So a lot of the issues that Bellingham faces are issues that central Massachusetts or a lot of towns are facing. We've got to figure out how we can maximize our tax dollars. Bellingham has been able to sort of utilize new growth in order to manage to sort of fund budget increases over the years. And there's the worry about whether that's sustainable or not. So we want to develop what we have. There's always this talk about economic development, and economic development can often be thought of as there's new businesses coming in. We want new businesses to come in, and maybe we want people to build warehouses, or we want them to, build brick and mortar structures. But I think one of the things that I think Bellingham is looking to do, certainly the master plan reflects that, is how do we repurpose the buildings, the existing buildings that we have? Like a lot of old mill towns, you've got a lot of old sort of unused buildings out there. You do have to recruit deep pockets, I think, in order to get folks to invest in those buildings. The environmental regulations don't help. They make it very, 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 very difficult. But I think the other way that towns kind of got in their own way or sort of shot themselves in the foot in the 80s was the emergence of zoning, right? So it was kind of a free for all up to the 70s and the 80s, and then zoning came in, and then things got a lot more restricted. And as we developed even residential areas, instead of creating sort of Levittown neighborhoods, we created these neighborhoods that were much larger parcels. We required a minimum of 2 acres, or you required 500 foot of frontage or something like that. I think we need to find a way to repurpose the buildings we have, look at our zoning bylaws, and make sure that the uses that we are permitting are going to get us where we want to go in terms of development, specifically in downtown areas. Mixed use, right? Mixed use development, allowing mixed use and finding places for mixed use development helps with two problems. It helps bring local businesses in, gives them a place to go, but it also creates housing. And as we all know, housing is a huge problem, right? The cost of housing hasn't kept pace with income growth over the years. And so a town like Bellingham that has a large portion of your commercial businesses are in sort of the retail and the service industry. Now, that's all well and good. The retail service industry doesn't pay as much as, say, tech does, or medical, or even, sort of advanced manufacturing. But we can't control wages, right? But we can control the nature of business, and we can help control the availability of housing, because we want the people we want more people that work in Bellingham to be able to afford to live in Bellingham as well. We don't want to be having people commute here all the time. So I think those are the big issues aside from infrastructure, roads, right? Sewer, stormwater is a big thing, you know, obviously everyone's dealing with MS4. We've been dealing with that for about a decade now or so, and I think most towns have kind of wrapped their heads around municipal stormwater. The latest issue in terms of drinking water is PFAS, right? And that's springing up. So whether you're getting your water from a private third party or whether we own the water company, either way, we're running into regulations that were requiring us to test and treat our water supply, which we want to do because we want to have people safe and drink and safe water, but it isn't cheap. And all of these desires that we have to help make business better in Bellingham, to make housing more available in Bellingham, all those things take time and money, which take away from a lot of the other initiatives that we want to do. So the challenge is how do we do it all?
Why don't you talk a little bit about the relationship between local schools and general government? Especially where, they have a good size of a budget, in every community. How do you develop that relationship?
Well, I have always, it depends on the town you're in. I've seen towns where the town and the school have an adversarial relationship, and I've seen where they have I always try and cultivate a good relationship. My relationships with superintendents have always been positive. I've been lucky to be an educated person. I don't have children, but whether or not kids go to high school, whether they go to trade school, or whether they're college prep and they end up going to school, the foundation that we're providing in Bellingham, that it is the foundation that's important, no matter which direction that they want to go. So we have to do the best we can. Now, there's a lot of curriculum decisions that nobody at this table has any control over. Whether you like Common Core, whether you like the MCAS, a lot of that stuff that doesn't really matter to us. We have to enable the school to be able to educate kids in the manner in which the state has determined is appropriate. So, when I sit down with the superintendent around budget time, we always have a conversation, and the superintendent gives me an idea of what the school committee's budget looks like. And when everything shakes out, it's not always on camera, but it's always meetings, sitting here saying, I have the big budget. So I want to be able to create a climate with the school and with the superintendent, with the school committee, where I can put my budget together and I can go back to them and say, okay, before we present this to the town, before we present this to the board, this is what I need from the school. Right. And so we have to work with the school. It costs a lot to educate kids, and we can be happy or sad about that, but it is the reality. It is what it is. It is expensive. It does cost a lot of money. And so, but I think the time to fight about it, to have those sort of ideological differences aren't necessarily at town meeting when we're trying to pass the budget. Those discussions can be had between the Board of Selectmen and the school committee, between the town administrator and the superintendent. So my overarching philosophy when it comes to the school is we will roll up our sleeves and we'll arm wrestle or leg wrestle or whatever it is behind closed doors. But when it comes time at town meeting, we're holding hands and we're standing as a united front, because by the time we get there, all that other stuff should have been worked out. So, and I think it's also good to, let the school and the superintendent know that, depending on how things, we can go into town meeting with a plan saying, these are the numbers, we think this is the way it's going to look. But things change at town meeting. And so we need to be nimble enough to be able to figure out how we're going to satisfy what the taxpayers want and need, or what the taxpayers are willing to pay for. And how do we reconcile that with the education that the school has to provide in the eyes of the state?
Do you have a CFO in Millbury, or town accountant based?
Finance director.
Finance director.
Correct.
All right. So what was your role, in the area of finances, having a finance director and setting the budget and moving the town forward? In
every town I've been in, the I have done as much as I could to run the budget process. I, with the finance director, schedule the meetings, whether it's this time of year, maybe in December or whatever, you schedule those individual department head meetings. Get the departments together and start getting some revenue numbers, start looking at cherry sheet numbers. So my role has been in every town I've been in, or in a couple of in Uxbridge and in Killingly, it was the town manager's budget. That was ultimately presented to the board or the council, that was then presented. I took that very seriously. It was my budget. I did not delegate that to the finance director. I looked to the finance director to make sure that I had a good budget template. I'm not an Excel expert, creating all those links to all those pages. But I feel as though I was involved from beginning to end because I wanted to be able to answer 90% of the questions that just about anybody could ask, whether it was a board member or whether it was town meeting. I want to be able to answer those questions. Whether it's a question about a particular department, about the DPW, about the library, or whether it's a larger question about the budget itself. My view as the town administrator is that all my colleagues, all the department heads, including the finance director, all have their jobs to do. But I'm sort of supposed to be sort of the umbrella over all that, and I need to kind of know at least a little bit about what all of them know. And I'd say I took the finance piece a little bit more seriously. I want to know all about that budget because I can't put a budget together unless I know exactly how all the moving parts work. It's not enough for just me to say, okay, well, I need this much in my office for professional development, or I need this much money for roads. I gotta know, and I need a 3 to 5 year look back every year to see what departments were appropriated, what they actually spent, in what areas, and that helps us identify, give a fresh look every year. I don't care about Proposition 2.5. Yeah, that gives us, some leeway that we need, but I mean, 2.5% doesn't even cover inflation anymore, right? So it's not like the days of taking last year's budget and multiplying by 2.5 and throwing it on paper, those are long gone. Every year, we have to look at the budget de novo, almost brand new, and say, okay, why are we still spending this much on technical services in DPW? We appropriated 10,000 last year, and the year before, and you've never spent more than 5,000. We want to give ourselves a little bit of flex in the budget, right? But we got to make sure that we're putting the money where it's needed. And if I don't have a really, really detailed view of where all those numbers are, what's behind all those numbers, then I need to know those relationships in order to be able to make those larger decisions, ultimately moving money around.
Question, yeah. So you've been in 3 towns, and stylistically, when you approach those budgets, did you walk in and say, I'm gonna implement zero-based budget? Did you use the same philosophy at all 3 towns? And what was different about those towns' budgets?
Well, I wouldn't say it was zero-based. Zero-based is sort of really hard to do. I say we're looking at it anew, but I think there's some deference paid to the past years. You have to assume that there's some validity to a lot of those budgets. Now, the first year you walk into any town, it is always a learning experience, right? Because every town, even though we all perform the same functions, all towns perform the same functions, they all accomplish them in slightly different ways, and they're slightly different personnel. So, yes, I think I had that sit down with the finance director early on. That's one of the conversations I would have in the first couple of weeks of coming in here and working and saying, because, if I start working Bellingham, it's budget time already. We're already there. So I think it's sort of creating the expectation of, first off, I want to make sure I want to see that 3 to 5 years. I want to see history. And then I don't know if you're sort of asking if I have sort of impose my will. I don't think I'm reinventing the wheel. I don't feel as though I came up with something in any town, or no town treated what I wanted to do as though, oh my God, we've never seen that before. Right. So
In a Prop 2.5 environment, if the school budget, because of contract negotiations, was going to absorb 2.25% of the town's budget, how do you manage that process?
well, that's when the conversation with the superintendent has to say, because if I'm gonna go through and look, if I'm gonna, like in Killingly, it was a small thing, but we found that we were paying for 4 subscriptions to the local newspaper in town hall, right? In the small building, we had 4 subscriptions. Now, it's not a lot of money, it's a couple $100. But if I can turn all those stones over, if we can, if municipal side can turn over all those small stones and find this small money. And I always say, whether it's turning off lights, just now most pennies turn into dollars and dollars turn into hundreds and thousands, right? So I always just, my request to the school is always sharpen your pencils, sharpen your pencils. We understand collective bargaining agreements are unpredictable, right? Those are always kind of the, the thing that we don't have. Whatever, we build our budget hoping for 2%, and then we land on 2.5% and 8 months into the year, and we have to, deal with that. But I think that the success of being able to find those funds and having the school committee and the superintendent being willing to sharpen their pencils goes back to the relationship that I established with them early on. And I'm putting my money where my mouth is, because I can show the school committee and the superintendent, here's what I've done. Here's where I'm biting the bullet. Here's where, right, I'm creating a leaner budget on my side. So you have to find a way to do it too. And everybody says, no, they can't. But we all know that when our backs are against the wall, or when it comes to money and money's tight, we can find a way. The problem is with that is always, you're never getting 100% buy-in on, if you spend more over here, that means you got to spend less over here, right? It's always spending more in one area is always at the expense of somewhere else. And that means you're never going to make, there's always going to be somebody who's not going to be happy. But again, that's where everyone knows our overarching philosophy is the greater good, sustainability. I want to be able to do things year after year after year after year, or build on the things next year that we did this year. That's how you get greater buy-in from the residents, say, at town meeting.
Thank you.
So we're halfway through our time, so you've covered a lot of areas so far, so I want to, hit a few more here. Relative to capital projects, large municipal projects, what's been your involvement over the years?
I've been on administration when we built an elementary school, high school in Uxbridge. What else? A fire station in Millbury. I think we built, I can't remember all the projects. So those are, I think, the buildings that I've been involved with. Lots and lots of infrastructure projects. Millbury has pretty much redone its whole downtown area. And so project management is really, really important, because as we all know, especially with school projects, we all have to hire owners project managers. And I think the peril of owners project managers, you end up paying them, lots and lots of money. But the town still has to keep an eye on what's going on, because while they're working for us, they're trying to get the project done, right? So I have always, in terms of trying to see how we're going to finance a project, I've always made sure I cultivated relationships with local legislators. Local legislators are invaluable in terms of helping us navigate the waters in Boston for sure. I think this is another area where really rely a lot on department heads. I've been lucky, I think, especially in Millbury, I've had planners who are really, really, I think, gifted or talented grant writers. So that's something that any town that I walk into, I look and say, can I identify those people? Do we have that skill set in town? If we don't, we have to identify a way to get that, because we can't do everything that we want and then we need to do by either just raising taxes. I don't like overrides. Nobody likes overrides. I do think that a lot of, I do support debt exclusions for larger projects like this, because I don't think that the municipal budget should be handcuffed by having to build a new school or a police station or a fire station. Those are definite needs that we have. I sort of look at it as, it's no different than when whatever, you and I may own a home or something like that, and at some point we need to put a new roof on the house, right? Or a storm comes through and rips the deck off and we have to do that, right? We always have sort of an unexpected capital expenses. I enjoy project management because I think I like I'm sort of the person who sits off sort of in the corner of the room, and I don't necessarily ask a lot of questions, but I dig a lot into the paperwork. And I like to sort of hold people's feet to the fire, because I need them to sort of understand that they're working for, you know, in Bellingham's case, almost 18,000 people, right? And so that when it comes to change orders are too easy in projects. Oh, we got to do this. We got to do this. We have to do this. We have to do that. I employ the same sort of method of justification with contractors and with OPMs as I do with department heads. Department heads want to do something. Why do we need to do this? Give me some numbers, give me some metrics, give me some background. Tell me why we need to do this, right? Justify it. And so I think I've been effective, because we've had none of the projects, none of the building projects that I was involved in went over budget. Matter of fact, they all came in slightly under budget. The infrastructure projects are always a little more challenging, because when you start digging in the roads, you don't know what's under the ground until you get a backhoe there. And all of a sudden you hit a giant, you know, culvert in the middle of the main intersection downtown, and you didn't anticipate that, right? So, but listen, capital projects are a necessary evil. They're not always fun to try and pitch to the town. The town, a segment of residents don't always appreciate a particular, you know, municipal project. But again, that's our job, is to figure out not just how we're going to pay for it, but make sure that we are prioritizing and rolling these projects out in such a way so that, again, as broad a cross-section of the population of the residency is getting addressed. And we're not just focusing on whatever one particular neighborhood or one particular cross-section of the demographic.
In HR today, what are some of the important issues that need to be addressed?
Well, HR specifically, the human and human resources, right? It's easy enough to, you know, the laws have sort of changed. You know, we had a strong sort of, you know, push and a focus really pushed on you know, treatment, you know, on sex discrimination and sexual harassment during sort of, you know, the Me Too era, if you will. I think human resources is an area where the law, I think, has done generally a pretty good job of keeping up with society. You can't say that in a lot of other areas of government. One of the things that we saw in as a result of COVID was that there's been a real focus on employees' mental health, right? And the fact that whether it was hybrid working or just the fact that there was a pandemic out there, this illness out there that no one really understood. I think about how scared everyone was back in March and April of 2020, and now we're just sort of like, if I get COVID, I get COVID, you know, depending on whether you have some other comorbidities or not. But I think human resources is just really about taking care of your people and making sure that you create an environment for folks that not only complies with the law. You have to treat everyone pretty much the same. You have to create expectations for people. You need to make sure people understand what their jobs are. You can't hold somebody accountable for something that isn't part of their job, or that they weren't aware was part of their job. I think some of the challenges that we have with the varying ages in our workforce, as we know, the municipal workforce is a little bit on the more mature side, if you will, right? And there are challenges out there with the way folks identify themselves, right? The schools are doing a much better job dealing with it, I think, because there are things that they see all the time. But just making sure that we are sensitive to the way people want to be seen and want to be identified. And for me, as someone, you know, a 57-year-old man, it's sometimes hard to remember to use a pronoun, say like they or something like that, or just not to assume, you know, that someone identifies as whatever their particular biological gender may be. I think the collective bargaining agreements do a pretty good job of keeping both the towns and employees honest in terms of how they're treated, in terms of how that we treat the employees and how the employees treat us. I think, one of the challenges, one of the certain challenges is keeping employee handbooks up to date. Inevitably, you walk into it, I walked into Millbury, and again, no disparagement to Millbury, but because of all the other stuff going on, the employee handbook hadn't been looked at since like 2014. Now, it doesn't mean somebody wasn't doing their job. It just means that it wasn't a priority. People have to be a priority because we are not, this is not an industry. This is still a face-to-face industry. Everyone talked about, there are some businesses out there that can let their people work at home and they can terminate their leases or sell their buildings or whatever. We can't do that. This is going to be a face-to-face business. And so I think, again, making sure that our HR director is educated, understands the law, utilizing town council judiciously. But it's really just, I don't know that there's any more challenge, John, than there was before. I think that issues are always slightly changing, and we just have to keep an eye on sort of what those issues are and make sure that we're dealing with them. But thankfully, there hasn't been any, I don't think there's any big surprises out there. There's no gotchas waiting for you in the HR realm, but you have to have somebody dealing with them. What has happened in a lot of times, in a couple of times, I was the HR person. Now, I benefited from the fact that I am an attorney and I had some employment law background, right? But if I hadn't, I can think of some situations where that I could have easily, potentially made a mistake if I decided, say, not to consult counsel or something like that, right? But I think there's a lot of information out there for HR directors, and the laws are really pretty clear, I think, in most areas. So again, it's a challenge because people are people and people are unpredictable, but I don't view it as one of the more challenging challenges, if you will.
So how would you address communications, internally, externally? It's a big issue of, today. So how do you address that?
Well, I guess more is always the way, and those are the things that people in my position learn as we go along. As I mentioned, town managers tend to have a little bit more autonomy. And so my initial, I can remember 12 years ago when I started doing this, my initial mindset was, okay, this is clearly in my lane by the charter. I need to deal with this. I don't need to bother the board with this because this isn't something that, well, I quickly learned that the board, you guys need to know. Boards need to know what's going on, whether or not it's a decision that you have to make, or it's a decision that's completely under, the administrator's purview. I've learned the value sort of a partnership, because just as you expect the town administrator to support you, I think administrators look to boards to support them as well. So there's just no substitute for it. And I never want to feel like I'm burying the board in information. But I've been doing this long enough now where I don't ever want to be in a position where you come to me and say, how come I didn't know about this? Why didn't you tell us about this? So it's hard to, I think the challenge for someone in my position is not whether or not to communicate, because that's clearly the way to go. But it's how much, because the last thing I want to do is bury you, because obviously if I give you too much, if I fire hose you with information, you're going to miss stuff. Oh, I told you that, but it was buried in a 5-page report, right? About the 100 other things. So I think I've seen the value. I saw the value in Millbury of meeting individually with board members on a monthly or bi-monthly basis, which isn't something that I had done before, because obviously we see each other, at least a couple times a month for the meetings, depending on how involved the chair is in terms of setting the agenda and all that other kind of stuff. But a lot of times, that communication, that whatever lunch meeting that you and I could have, that gives me an idea of kind of what makes you tick, what your priorities are. Again, I don't play politics. I'm not a politician. My political leanings don't matter. Yours don't matter to me, but I also have to be sensitive to them because I understand that you are under those pressures, and they have some effect on how you think and how you govern and how you lead. So
take it to the community level now. You've been talking as to the board level. What about the community level?
Public hearings and information meetings, those can be tedious, but there's nothing more. It's always hard when the town implements a policy or starts a project. And maybe we didn't do a good enough job letting the public know that we were gonna be doing this, and you got a lot of people coming and saying, I didn't know this, I didn't know I didn't know this. One of the things we did in Millbury at every step of the downtown revitalization project, it's a 4-phase project, we've completed 2. We had so many public meetings with the architects and with the OPMs or whatever coming in, explaining, making sure people understood exactly what we were gonna be doing, what things were gonna look like. Excuse me, the impact that it was gonna have on people's everyday lives, whether it's traffic or sidewalks or whatever it is, including the finances. So, in terms of projects, you have to let people know what's going on, mostly because they live here. And it's just for common courtesy. If a road's gonna be closed for a couple days, you need to let people know. There's nothing more annoying than going to work and finding out you gotta turn around and go back the other way. On the other hand, it's taxpayer money that we're utilizing to get these projects done. So even though we know, and this is the trap that we fall into, we know fewer and fewer people watch our meetings, fewer and fewer people show up to town elections and to town meeting. It's really frustrating for you folks, I'm sure, when you run for an election and you have the election the next day and you find out that whatever, 8, 10, 12, 15% of the population showed up to vote, right? In spite of the fact that we did everything we could to get the word out that town elections on Monday or on Tuesday. So we have in 2023, unlike 10 or 15 years ago, we have the benefit of social media. The town's website is very, very good. I think a lot of people rely on the website, the news, the what's happening in Bellingham section. I think Facebook and Twitter, I don't always like those sort of the X, now it's X, I guess, the comments. I'm not a big social media person myself, but it is a place that people get information, right? So you have to constantly remind people there's a website out there. If you've got code red or something like that, an opt-in service, you got to constantly remind people, hey, sign up for this and you will get these notifications. Most of the town's websites provide email alerts for just about everything. If anything is posted to that website, all people have to do is sign up and they can get notified. A lot of people don't know that. So we have ways of getting our messages out, the things that we're doing to help people, the ways we're spending our money. We have ways to get those messages out that doesn't cost a lot of money and doesn't take a lot of time. And we have to keep utilizing those.
So what happens when your opinion on a local issue is different from the board? You're not agreeing with the board on the direction they're going. What happens?
The board's the boss. So I may ask to express my opinion. If my opinion is solicited, I would certainly give it. But I like to let's assume in your scenario that let's say I have reservations about a particular, let's assume that my reservations are sort of well-founded, or I have some good solid reasons for it, but you have good solid reasons for wanting to do what you want to do. The way I couch my objections or my concerns is making sure that you know about them. Okay, if you want to do this, you want to spend this money on this project, it's going to be at the expense of something else. Or this new fire station is going to cost $20 million. It's going to cost the average taxpayer, $100 extra a year for 20 years. You need to know those things, right? It's not my job to try and place a value on what it is you want to do. I just need to make sure that you have all the information, good and bad, or positive and negative. And so that when you ultimately make your decision, you're making an informed decision. And the correctness, like I said, or the value of that decision is not mine to decide. That's for the electorate to decide.
What if at a board meeting, a motion is made to enter into executive session, but based on your experience and training, you believe that subject is not exempt, it's been sprung on you to go executive session? How do you handle it in the meeting?
I think people are tolerant and understand that sometimes mistakes happen, they're well intended. Parliamentary procedure, point of order. First of all, you start with that and I attempt to make my point of order, just say, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, it wouldn't be appropriate at this point in time based on MGL to enter into executive session. Absent saying, it's so hard to sort of say what I would say without being in the situation, but I think it'd be easy enough, you know, Madam Chair, you want to enter for what purpose are we going to into executive session? If somebody makes a mistake, it's going to be on camera. It's not about somebody getting egg on their face. And I like to believe in my experience that when either I've been corrected or I've had to guide or correct a board member, the understanding is that it's done with good intentions, because ultimately what I want to see happen is not that we don't go into executive session, but that whatever we do in executive session, whatever thing that you do cannot be ultimately overturned by some freedom of information or open meeting law violation, because, you know, the last thing we want to do is have to redo. So I don't think there's anything wrong with shining a little bit of a spotlight or calling to note and a well-intended error that might have been made. And I think, so that's the way I handle it. Now, if this particular chairperson doesn't care for that, the way I handled it, I think that's a discussion that we would have to have. So if I entered in that, if I had that scenario, that's what I would do during the meeting. You have to call attention to the mistake. There's just, the stakes are too high. But then I like to think that afterward, I would go and say, Mr. Connor, hey, how did you feel about that? I'm sorry, I had to, you know, whatever, it was a little awkward there for a second. And then we can have a discussion, and maybe he's got another idea about how to handle the future.
We're getting close to the end here. I want to make sure, see if the board has any questions you want to pursue. For
The answer to when I had to ask.
Okay.
I already answered.
anybody else?
I just have just really minor questions. When you were in the service, did you do enlisted warrant and officer?
All three.
You go to Rucker?
I did. I was at Rucker as a mechanic, and I was at Rucker in flight school as well.
And are you in the Mass bar as well as the Connecticut bar?
I am just in Connecticut.
That's all I have.
Okay. Anybody else?
Couple things. If we do a Google search on you, which we've done, a couple articles came up. You made a statement that has stuck with me since you said it in the first opening minutes. In the article, you commented about when you left, I think Killingly, you talked about shelf life.
Mhm.
I'm a little hung up on the fact that why you didn't take Family Medical Leave Act, given the situation with your father-in-law, I believe. Was your contract going to not be renewed?
I don't think I was really sure about that, or I wasn't confident about that. So, yeah, I like I said, I think I'm not sure who Mr. Petrin spoke to, but I know, you know, at least the chairman of the board was one of my references. So the relationship was positive, but as you know, there are a lot of reasons. Now, unfortunately, Bellingham has been in a position of having the same town. Fortunately, you have been in a position of having the same town administrator for years and years and years, right? Which is sort of odd. So I don't know that I had a warm and fuzzy. I'll be the first one to sit here and say maybe it was perhaps a little bit impulsive, perhaps I was a little emotional.
Yeah.
I think I got focused on me or my family as opposed to focus on the job.
There's no wrong answer. I'm just
I
trying to hear.
don't, no, I believe me, I thought about that because there have been moments where I said, did I, but, you know.
So let me just stop you for a second. Your cover letter.
Yep.
Said my time in Millbury was due to end in November.
Right, and that's my impression. At the time I left in early August, like I said, we had not started contract negotiations for that follow-on contract. And so it was my feeling that that November 2nd was going to be my last day anyways. As I said, I agreed to terminate the contract early. There was no severance. I had 6 or 7 weeks of vacation, I think. I took that, but I didn't, you know, I was able to save the town a couple of bucks. We had hired a deputy town manager the year before, so the town was in. One of the things you worry about leaving a town at any time or not being there is sort of that leadership void, right? And so, we weren't concerned about that because we knew that was somebody else there that was gonna be able to help the town navigate through the day-to-day, as well as the selection process for the next town manager.
One more question.
Yeah.
So relative to your tenure here,
Yes,
looking at the 3 towns you worked in, do you believe there's a shelf life for town managers and town administrators?
statistically, I do. I think those numbers are, the shelf life, if you will, is shorter for town managers. I think because when you have a town manager, a strong town manager, I think there's a little more autonomy there, and so there's more room for disagreement, if you will.
Agreed.
I think, like town administrators, by virtue of the charter language and sort of the nature of the position themselves, are, whether they want to or not, they're sort of put in a position to interact and collaborate a lot more with the board on those decisions. Those things end up being the board's decisions. So you don't have the public perception of there's this guy or this person in town hall who's making all the decisions.
Yeah. So how do you make your 3 positions, whereas town manager,
Correct.
how do you make the transition to town administrator successfully?
I think because of what I've learned in terms of communicating with the board, because that's really all it is. It's just, listen, a lot of it's about the charter. If you talk to just about any town manager or town administrator, they can tell you a story about a board member who attempted to get really, really involved in the day-to-day, right? And that's when you have those charter conversations. But I think it's really just a matter of knowing. If it's not in my lane, it's not in my lane. I don't want to do your job. As a town manager, I didn't want to do the town council or the board's job. I don't want you to have to do my job. Right? So with the understanding in a town like Bellingham that has a town administrator, where many of those decisions that I was able to make unilaterally in another town now fall on the board, that's an easy transition to make. Because now it's just, instead of informing after or at the time of making the decision, it's saying, hey, board, we have a decision, you have a decision to make. What do you want to know?
Mr. Hendricks, I appreciate it for your time. From my understanding, you're very hands-on, very structured, very detail oriented, and I really appreciate it for that. I don't know if Mr. Petrin mentioned that we do have a lot of new department heads.
Mhm.
And how can you get adjusted, and how fast you can catch up to the speed with all the new department heads, or how can you see yourself acclimated to Bellingham?
It's about time. It's, every town that I've gone in, I've spent, the DPW is always a real important one, right? Because it's one of the largest budget, pieces. It affects so many things in town. I spend a lot of time riding around in trucks, spending time with the director, spending time in the office, spending time with the engineers, spending time with the guys, the laborers. The first six months of the job, a lot of time is just spent with people, figuring out how Bellingham delivers the services that it does. Right? Because as I said before, you do it a little bit differently than Millbury did. And so figuring out how you do those. And then as I'm immersing myself in the operation, I'm coming up with my ideas then I'm asking the questions. Why do you do it this way? Have you tried this? Those are the things that someone like me does and comes in and say, okay, how am I can't find efficiencies. I can't find out whether or not we're doing things in the best way unless I know what we're doing and why we're doing it. Because just because something is being done differently than I would have done it or I did it, doesn't mean it's wrong. Sometimes it works, right? So I'm a people person. And so, there's no substitute for talking to folks. Town administrators don't exist in a bubble just in their office. I can't effectively manage sitting in my office. I need to be out talking to residents. I need to be talking to you. I need to be spending time in the departments. That's how I know what's going on, and that's how I feed you the best information possible.
Thank you.
So we are at time, but let's try to wrap this up. So Sean, do you have a question of the board you would like to ask?
I don't really have a question. I know I met Mr. Frayne years ago, I think back when I was at Uxbridge. So I'm not sure exactly what his status is. Is he still working? I
He's
know you had a
retired.
goodbye. He has retired. Right, so, and I know the board's meeting tomorrow to make a decision, right? So all I can say is, yeah, one advantage is that I'm not working now, so I don't have to give 60 days notice to any particular town, so. But no, I really appreciate, the time and the opportunity.
Right. So an opportunity for a closing statement then before. So
Oh, okay.
feel free.
Yeah, not much, like I said, I'm a regular guy, I don't. And I don't tend to wear a tie a lot of times to work every day. I'm a regular small town person, I happen to be educated and all, but, people are sort of where it's at. I take the job seriously, I spend a lot of time. I do live 35 miles away right now, my wife is a teacher in Worcester, we are going to be moving back to the area. So I live in Killingly because when I took the Killingly job, it had a residency requirement. So I didn't know if that was a concern of anyone's, because I'm not, but so I can't say that my plan is to move to Bellingham, but my plan is certainly is to move closer, for sure. Where we all ultimately land, that's not just my decision, obviously. So listen, this is a great town. You have so much going for it, so close to Boston, Providence, you got the small town life, which is where I want to be. I've got 7 to 10 years left to work. And as I said before, I'm searching for my forever home. I would love to defy my statement of a shelf life. Again, the shelf life was statistically based, just based on observation. But I'd be the happiest man in the world if when I turn 65 or 67, and when I get out of this business, that I'm doing it from here. So I love the opportunity. I have experience in the valley. I have experience in towns this size. I think I'd be a good fit. So I appreciate your consideration.
So Sean, thank you very much. We
Thank you.
truly appreciate you being here this evening. And as you know, the board's meeting tomorrow at noontime, to have a discussion, and you'll be hearing from me after that.
Excellent.
Okay?
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you. We do have a few minutes for the board to take, and our next candidate is here. Started again in the back. So we're back on, ready to get started.
Oh, hold on.
Okay.
Okay, to the board, we're ready to get started again. So we have our third candidate here this evening, Ari Sky. So he'll be a.
Everybody.
Hello.
Thank you very much for having me. Man. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for coming. So Ari, first of all, congratulations on being one of four
Thank you.
finalists for the position here, and thank you for coming out here to Bellingham for this benefit and putting yourself out there in the market for the town. So why don't we start with your introduction to the board and tell us about your history, who you are, and your specific interest in this position.
Okay, well, my name is Ari Sky. I've been in local government for 32 years. This is my personal career. So I've been a little time I spent working in Capitol Hill out of college. My time in Capitol Hill was just in the beginning, since it's my reason I'm in local government. I came from a family that was very community minded. My father's a clergyman, my mother's a lobbyist, grew up in Portland, Maine. And coming out of college, I wanted to work on government, and so I studied with Capitol Hill and got a job at a member of Congress. The Capitol, Washington is very glamorous, not particularly satisfying. And I met my wife around that time and decided to go back to school. I'm a master's degree in local government. I stayed down in Virginia for most of my career, about 25 years. About 10 years ago, I applied for and was privileged to get a job as the CFO for the city of New Bedford. Did that for about 8 years. It was a very satisfying tenure. I was the first CFO in the city's history. Built a lot of systems and built an organization in the way that that existed before. Felt really good about that. But one thing that I always wanted to do was try my hand in town administration. And I took the position that I'm in right now in Lakeville as town administrator. Lakeville has been a fascinating experience for me. But I think it's about time for me to look for something new. So that's why I'm in this position.
Okay, how would you work with the board in understanding the vision of the board for the town? And what would you see a role, in that process, as well as setting a path for implementation?
Sure. It's really important for the board and the administrator to be in sync. The administrator is basically the right hand of the board. And the administrator's job is to is to understand the direction and the priorities of the board as a corporate body and implement those priorities in the way that they're laid out. So I would very early on want to have a conversation with all of you regarding your priorities and where you want to see things going. Talk to the board about developing goals and some initial goals for the board, and then building from there, figure out for the organization of ways to implement those goals. I believe very much that starting out, it's important to kind of take sort of more of a listening stance. This is an organization that had a very successful and respected town administrator for a very long time. And he's sort of very effective he's considered very effective throughout the state. And I would look to follow his lead to some degree in terms of things to do, but there are some opportunities there in terms of transparency and communication that I think we can take advantage of if we decide to do so. Work on a little more outreach on social media, a better budget document, things along those lines. Just try to get it once working with the board, just a sense of what your priorities are and what you're looking to do, kind of building off of there.
So the board is in consensus that leadership skills are critical in this hire. So what skills and approach will you bring to the table?
I'm a collaborative leader. In New Bedford, I had to build this structure from scratch. We had the CFO was created in New Bedford after some unfortunate happenings with some overspending of bond funds. Stayed in. There was a study done by the Auditor of Public Accounts, and one of the principal recommendations was to hire a CFO. City never had one before, and the role of the CFO is really to knit together the finance departments in a way that they would, be able to, collaborate more effectively. So I oversaw the auditor's office, which is like finance department, treasurer, IT, procurement, and treasurer, as a treasurer. Yeah. So, the fire departments. So anyway, I would work with I would work with my department heads on a regular basis. We would meet, weekly, if not more often. We certainly had standing meetings. We also have ongoing staff meetings. I've taken that approach in Lakeville as well. We have regular meetings there on a bi-weekly basis with my department heads. And I work, and we also have department head meetings as well on a regular basis. So that's all about kind of building the collaboration, that trust among the staff. And you know, I really try to do the best I can to create an environment where the staff feels like they can feel empowered and have direction that can help them succeed. And in turn, I do, you know, that's kind of management. That's sort of my philosophy of management overall, working with other committees as well as with the board itself on those in the same way as well. Make sure that trying to collaborate in a way the board feels like they, you know, we both understand what we're trying to do.
So coming into this position with your research, what do you see as the opportunities and the challenges here?
I think, yeah, I've done a lot of research on how your town meetings have gone and how the tone in towns and how the government's function. I think, as I said, you've had a town administrator for a long time who's very effective. I also noticed that when the last town meeting, there was a fair number, there was some opposition to the number of articles, and that's used kind of a warning sign. So I think that there's an opportunity to just engage in more transparency and outreach with the town and with the public. So I think there'll be some opportunity there. You know, when it's always a challenge when you're coming in as a new manager in an organization that's had the same management for a long time. I know you have a number of new department heads as well. You're kind of building a culture and an ethic that works is can be kind of a challenge. And that'll be a focus I would want to have. It's been my experience that when you come into an organization for the first time, you know, the organization looks at this person as, it's a little bit like when when a sick person is getting a heart transplant, you know, and the body decides whether it's going, you know, think of the organization like the organism, like the body, and the person, the body's, despite the heart being good for this person, trying to decide whether, you know, whether it wants to accept or reject that organ. And that's something that I'm very, very sensitive to. Make sure that the organization accepts what I'm doing and not try to come in to guns blazing.
So based on your experience and observation, what's the single most important characteristic of an effective town administrator?
Listening. Being able to listen, just being a good listener and understanding where people are coming from. Empathy, you know, just having that ability to kind of, you know, it's a lot of, there's several different types of power in any position. There's hard power and soft power, and the town administrator uses a lot of soft power. You know, working with people collaboratively, working with committees, working with the board, working with the public, and trying to define objectives and vision, and working towards those. So listening and empathy, and just, you know, having sort of full perspective.
So in our town government, schools are very important. You know, how do you develop that relationship, you know, between general government and schools to be the town?
Well, I mean, I've done that pretty much my entire career. From a budgeting standpoint, in Virginia, you know, the arrangement's very similar. We have a school board, school committee, and general government. New Bedford, we had the same thing. Lakeville, we have a regional school district, which is so it has its own challenges. But you know, it's important to be able. I think communication is the most important thing. And being able to define what's the ability to pay looks like going forward, so that we don't, you know, I've worked with school districts that sometimes will take it upon themselves to say, this is what we need, this is our needs-based budget, and you figure it out, and that probably doesn't work very well. A lot of times because, every department, every department, whether it's schools or DPW or anybody else, always wants more, always needs to demonstrate a need for more than they have available. So, it's a process working collaboratively, kind of, for the very beginning, sort of, figure out what the regional parameters are and build from there. That means a lot of transparency in the budget process as well, and starting out from the beginning and saying, working with the board, say, these are our guidelines, is what we're looking at in terms of our ability to be able to support going forward. And that's, and I just think that open communication and collaboration was important.
So in New Bedford, you were a CFO, but working directly for the mayor with no real city administrator. Transitioning to Lakeville, what's your role in the financial process, of the town?
Well, I oversee the accountant, and we built a budget, a much more elaborate, much more complete, transparent budget process than we had before in Lakeville. Lakeville had never really had a budget document. They just prepared an article for town meeting and then take it to the town meeting. We use, the budget in my mind, and this comes from my background working on budgets most of my life, is a really unique opportunity, sort of seminal opportunity for any town to be able to, for any town to be able to make management decisions and resource decisions and see how those and implement priorities. And those, the budget, the budget process can be engineered in a way that, marries goals and objectives and sometimes maybe performance measures with resources to really provide a lot more clarity in terms of what you bring forward. So in Lakeville, we put together a management document. That's the budget document. We've adopted a budget document now, and that's been very well received by the board as well as by the town meeting as well.
Okay, and talk about capital planning and then your participation in some of the capital planning projects and project management.
So I'd like to start, let me talk about, I've been having come through budget offices in my career, I did capital almost in my time, but I just start with, start about New Bedford and I'll talk about people real quick. So New Bedford had no capital process whatsoever. They did not have a CIP. They were, when I got there in 2013, they were living off of a bond, about 4.9 million that they'd issued in 2009, which was frankly misused and being used for major maintenance and things like that, not really for capital projects. It's like if you had a chiller that needed to be repaired, it's charged to the bond, that kind of thing. It's really not what you're supposed to do, and part of this arbitrage issue. But anyway, we developed a capital program which was needs-based, using a process called the CNA, called it Capital Needs Assessment, which is something I stole from my time in Virginia. And the CNA is a biannual process where every other year you go to the departments, have them fill out really, it's like a 2-page form for each project and prioritize and tell us what they feel they needed over the next 5-year window. And then we would go through the process to try to figure out what could fit, what the ability to pay looks like. The whole capital program in Bedford was really built, structured in a way to take on debt around at approximately the same rate at which we retired it. So something along those lines. And so the capital program was very successful in that regard. And I took some of that with me to Lakeville. Lakeville already had a CIP in place. It wasn't particularly management based. It's kind of it's a process where departments would just identify their wants, and much smaller obviously than New Bedford's, and we would just try to work through on a 5-year time scale how to fit everything in. We're going to do some management reforms to that. We've done the CNA because it wasn't necessary at that point, but over time, we could do some of those concepts as well.
Discuss financial forecasting and the role for financial policies and how do you bring those into an organization? So,
New Bedford again. In New Bedford, there were no financial policies in place and there was no financial forecasting. We introduced a number of policies with them as well, for debt, reserves, procurement, travel, things along those lines. These things usually do policies for. In addition, we put together forecasts. In New Bedford, we put together a long-range forecast. We already had that in Lakeville. The two that combined in New Bedford actually brought New Bedford's bond rating up dramatically. When I got there, New Bedford was an A1 and it's now in the AA range. So it jumped up a couple steps. And for, you know, if you think about New Bedford and its ability to sort of economic means, AA is very good for a place like New Bedford. So, you know, just based on demographics and income and things like that. So the whole nature of what we're trying to do, granted it was the objective was raising the bond rate to some degree, but also trying to use it as an opportunity to bring in better, you know, management and structure. In Lakeville, we've done several policies as well. You know, we haven't gone long on debt since I've been there, but if we we probably the next year or so, which we'll probably refine our long-range forecast. I've done all those things. I've done them for 20 plus years.
Okay, let's move over to personnel management, HR. And what are some of the key issues of today that need to be addressed in HR?
Well, filling slots is very challenging, especially the more skilled positions. It's a really tough job market out there. That's what we discovered. I'm sure you've seen the same thing. You've seen it out in Lakeville as well. You know, the world has changed since the pandemic. People look at their jobs in different ways, and they look at their priorities in different ways as well. And you know, making the workplace a little more of a, I was confused which one's a buyer's market, which is a seller's market. Because if we're the sellers, then it's a seller's market. But it's definitely not a buyer's market if the employer is a buyer. And the challenge is, you know, it's kind of an arms race going on among jurisdictions now when it comes to pay and benefits and things like that. But also working conditions, just making the place a good place to work. It's much more costly and difficult for an organization to replace a person unless it's, well, often it's more difficult. Generally, it's more difficult to replace a person than it is to, you know, ensure that someone that you have in place is successful. You know, there can be challenges with individual performances and things like that, but that's why we're very strongly in a strong personnel management system with, you know, progressive discipline and structure and function as far as that goes. It's, you know, not only to protect the organization, but also to bring out the right result from a personnel management standpoint.
So what are 3 important qualities you seek when hiring a town employee?
Well, competence, certainly. I'm hoping that they'll, you know, I'm trying to find someone who I think is gonna be right fit and get along with the staff, with each other. So that's sort of the basic skills needed for function effectively in any type of collaborative environment. Communication, empathy, you know, good nature, things along those lines, good attitude. And then I'd say in general, a willingness to, you know, depending on the level of position, I probably wouldn't overstate this, but you know, for the higher level positions, you want someone who's going to stick around for a little while because they're hard to find. That's a lower level position, it's a little different. But you're going to at least want to try to find somebody who has a little bit of commitment to the position.
How do you encourage teamwork in a workplace?
Well, there's sort of the fun ways and the more structured ways. You know, regular staff meetings, regular collaboration that way. Sharing information, even just we have department head meetings in Lakeville where we have people, you know, talking with we would have people, we have my leadership team, and they really have a lot to do with what each other they're doing, but when they're in department meetings, they all give updates on what they're doing. Everybody knows what's going on. Also kind of the softer stuff, something that brings about team spirit, you know, nice holiday party. You know, in Lakeville we started a tradition, we've done a couple summers in a row now, where we bring in an ice cream truck and bring it to the sites and have get employees ice cream. You know, do a luncheon, things like that. We just try to keep things, you know, pleasant and collaborative with everybody, keep the environment, you know, collegial.
So if you've got an employee who's not a good team player and it could be a problem, how do you address that situation?
Depends on the type of problem, but you know, as I said, I believe strongly in progressive discipline standpoint, counseling, work with the person, try to make clear to them where they're deficient. and try to work through their issues, and if it doesn't work, eventually you may have to decide the person who's gonna fit. But, the last thing you want to do is leave personnel problems just unaddressed. They tend to be kind of a cancer to the organization, and they also affect everybody else's attitude at the same time. Everyone sees, well, this guy's being held the same standard I am, and that can be a challenge.
So let's talk a little bit about economic development. So in Bellingham, that's an issue, to address. So what suggestions would you make to improve the approach to the review of economic development there?
I don't know much about Bellingham's strategy when it comes to economic development. And I don't see much on the website. I've tried to do some research on that, and I haven't been able to find much. And that's, if I can't find it, that's probably a problem. It's probably important to be able to communicate that. There are things that you can do, depending on how proactive the town wants to be in terms of drawing economic development. I think it's important to come up with a strategy, what the objectives of the town are. I know you have a master plan, but kind of building off of that, what types of businesses and what type of things you're looking for. If you have an economic development committee, kind of make sure these are the right people that you want for that committee, and work with them, have them work to build that strategy and bear with it, and come with some ideas to market the town. There are a lot of tools out there. You have an MBTA station only 2 miles away. I know there's probably some pressure from the MBTA community standpoint, and that's a mixed bag. The challenge with MBTA communities is that if you kind of act, if you act sort of the head in the sand approach, it's going to get you anyway. And the important thing is to come up with a strategy of how to address that and meet your number as far as housing units goes, and things like that. 40B is an option for developers. It's not, a friendly 40B is maybe better than a regular 40B, but still not great. Making sure that you've got the right zoning in place to have what you want to have in terms of development in the areas that you want to have it.
Let's talk communications, and how would you increase communications both internally and externally, including use of technology and new methods?
I touched on that a little bit earlier, but get on Facebook, constantly on Facebook. If it requires resources to do that, then figure out what that looks like. There are a lot of opportunities for updating the website. Civic Plus is a lot of upgrades to their website that are available. And things that you can do kind of to sort of make the business of government more transparent, as well as the level of communication with government more transparent. In Lakeville, to try to kind of connect people with the community, we did a series of videos we called fascinating name, Welcome to Lakeville Town Government was the best name, but public access out of that. And we take people on virtual tours of different operations. So we took them around to a town hall, public works, library, special services, I interview with the planner, how that works, interview the town clerk, what she does. I think they're just trying to make people get more familiar with how things go. It had a marginal effect, but I think over time, probably when people get to see that and connect, and they've been received very positively with the fire station police as well. So there are ways to get out there proactively. It is not something that comes easily to a lot of people, because it is hard work. It is work, and it's work kind of outside of the day-to-day, normal day-to-day. So you have to kind of put your mind to it and doing it. So sometimes maybe it requires resources, maybe it requires just a commitment on the part of management to do this. But just kind of just generally upping the game when it comes to communication with the.
So we had talked about the fact that Bellingham's looking for a community person as well. So how do you develop those relationships, with citizens and with the townspeople?
What do you mean by community person? Like, you mean as a town administrator who's involved in the community? Is that what you mean?
Exactly.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. So do what I did in New Bedford, what I've been doing in Lakeville, and what I've done in the community as well when the opportunity arose. When there are community events, make yourself present when you can. Go to be seen at those. Make yourself available to residents. Keep have an open stance when it comes to, people, looking to bring ideas and concepts and kind of work through that, work that in that direction. In Lakeville, I've given a couple, Lakeville actually was in Bedford too, speeches to, there's a, interlocal, I guess, fraternal organizations like Lions Club, Rotary, that kind of thing, to New Bedford and Lakeville. Just wherever the opportunity arises, you're available to do that. And again, also, as I said, just, so much is online nowadays too. I think it's really important to get that, to kind of get out there visually online, so people see you there. If it means even just like, I have an update that I do at every board meeting, and we post that online. It's a very, it's like a page long, and just make that available for people to see. It got some very amazingly positive response just to posting that one page thing online. People just happy to see that stuff.
So, today we seem to have more polarizing issues, in communities. How do you address an issue, and what's your role in something like that?
It's tough. I mean, it's just tough. You all know this. Our community, at large, is very polarized. We have people who hide behind their computers and say nasty things, or people who watch only one stream of media and say and just say whatever they want, or believe in what they want to believe, and don't really, the level of social discourse has deteriorated dramatically, and it's a challenge. And I believe strongly that government's role, especially local government, there was not to sound trite, but there's a bumper sticker that the MMA had a few years ago, National Municipal Association, that said, how to go to local government builds communities. That was a bumper sticker we used to have. It sounds like a cliche, but I really believe that. Local government's role is to knit communities together, and it's incumbent upon us, incumbent on you as elected officials, to try to do what you can to kind of get people, collaborating and thinking and engaging in a positive manner. And that's in some ways it's rolling a boulder uphill, but I think it's something that we have to do, and for the good of the community long term.
So how do you communicate with the board itself, on large and small issues?
Nobody listening.
Yeah.
So, meeting with the board on large and small issues?
Yes, exactly, the method of communication.
So it depends on the type of issue, it could be a quick text. Hey guys, there's this event happened, or we had this fire or something like that, so we were just depending on the level of urgency and the type of information. I communicate with my board several times a day. It's just what I do. I believe there's a bond of trust that the board and the town administrator forge when they sign that contract. And that bond of trust is not given, it's earned. And the town administrator has to trust the board. It's a two-way contract. Town administrator trusts the board trusts the town administrator to implement its will and to let them know what's going on. Keep them so that, like, you don't want to have an embarrassing situation where someone's on the street and says something to a board member that turns to be true, that the board, that person before the board member did. That's important to know. You don't want that to happen. Sometimes it will, it's inevitable, but you don't want it to happen. In turn, the town administrator should expect that the board is going to have their person's back, have their administrator's back, kind of work with them, let them know when there's a problem, work with them on issues that need to be dealt with, and work, constructively to path the chart path forward. And that's I say it's a two-way street. So, but that's like, it's like a garden that has to be tended. So the communication has to keep happening, and constantly has to go back in both ways. It's a two-way thing. And that's, there's no magic to it. It's just work.
So what happens when your opinion on a given subject, differs from the governing board?
well, the job of the town administrator is to implement the governing board's will. I mean, I think the town administrator can give is, you know, I would think that the select board would expect the town administrator to give his best advice on path forward any particular issue. But if the board decides, you know, they're the elected officials, the board decides that they're going in different directions, town administrator's job is to implement that as best he can.
So what if during a board meeting, you know, a motion is made to enter an executive session, but based on your experience and training, you believe the subject is not exempt? You know, they don't have the right to go executive session on it. How do you handle that at that point? You weren't aware the motion was gonna be made.
Probably advise to check with council.
What if you didn't have time to do that?
Probably advise the board to, then in my opinion, that's not a matter that's exempt from executive session. You identify what exemption. I probably would try to talk in a positive way, say, well, so, okay, so what exemption would this qualify for? Let the board member who's proposing it, you know, decide that. And if they ask me what do I think, I would say, I'm not sure it does, and I would explain why. And I have that, keep that sheet, I always keep that cheat sheet from KP or wherever.
Yep.
On the reasons for executive session.
So, your first 90 days on a job, what does that look like?
Lots of meetings, sitting and listening, touring. I would want to get to know every facility very well, get to know this town, the geography and the layout and the features back in my hand. My wife and I were here on Saturday, actually, and drove through town. You know, it's a very long town.
Just
Very-
in Massachusetts.
Yeah. There's really, I mean, probably one socket by the time you exit Bellingham, you're at the border. And which is, you know, challenging, just I'm getting off topic for a second, but it's very challenging from a resource standpoint. You know, I noticed you have a satellite fire station down there, which doesn't surprise me. You know, imagine, you know, police have trouble getting, you know, just tough to project services down that, you know, that long without spending a lot more money, something more money than you want to spend. And that's, I imagine that's a challenge. But so you get to sort of know the town, the layout, develop relationships with the staff, with the boards, you know, the elected officials and so on. And try to get a sense of where everybody's coming from. And again, as I said, a lot of listening.
So if you were appointed and it's 1 year from now and you've been asked to give, you know, 1 year review to the board, what would you hope to be your accomplishments during that year to the board?
That's a good question. I would hope to be able to say that I've built relationships with the community, that I've become, you know, I would, you know, I would not be Dennis Frayne after a year, you know what I mean? But I would certainly try to make some strides for establishing myself as a credible presence in town. I would hopefully, you know, try to get develop a pattern, a rhythm with the staff that they grow accustomed to and that they understand that they become comfortable with. Hopefully accomplish some interim goals that I want to develop early on with that first 90 days with the board. Maybe some progress on the issues that we talked about, such as outreach, communication, and transparency, things like that.
Questions from the board?
I'm not certain.
I just had one. Just limited knowledge of Pennsylvania. The only thing I literally know about Pennsylvania is Wawa. What is a borough manager?
So borough is like a small town. So Yaden is a town of about 13,000 people. And I was the borough manager for not a long time, but again, I was very early in my career. I learned a lot. It's in Delaware County, just next to Philadelphia, like literally right on the Philadelphia line. My wife is from South Jersey. So and our son was very young, about 3 years old. So we were trying out living near her parents.
So were you like the
What's a borough manager?
like the
It's like a town manager.
Okay.
Yeah. The borough structure of Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania has like, you know, New York has like different classes of cities or villages, different villages. Yeah. So Pennsylvania has like several classes of city, and then they have boroughs, which are smaller than the cities.
Okay.
And the boroughs have an independently elected mayor and a borough council. The borough council hires the borough manager.
That's all I have.
You all said something?
I got one quick question. When you talking about the communications, and you mentioned that, there are a lot of tools out there, to update the website, virtual tours, et cetera, et cetera. Have you ever done any kind of similar work with any of the places
Mhm.
you were involved, and how effective it was?
So I've done a couple of things. I worked on a website redesign in New Bedford. I saw part of my job was overseeing IT.
Mhm.
And we kind of, in that case, we had a company go out and build a new website from scratch. You know, gets a little political, mayor wants something very shiny. But the Civic Plus does has lots of upgrade potential, has lots of upgrade scenarios that they do. The other thing that we did in this in Virginia as well as in New Bedford, and we're looking at it in Lakeville now, is agenda management. Right now, I don't believe you post your packet on your website, but in Lakeville, we post our packet. The packet's just a big scanned 100-page document. So the agenda management allows you to upload item after item, you know, items individually and update them and change them, whatever you need to do before you release it, and build your agenda that way. It's just a lot more efficient, a lot more transparent. So we did that. We used a system called Novus Agenda in New Bedford and Virginia. Lakeville, we're looking at Civic Plus has available, but they're different. There are lots of them. It's just that at the ICMA conference earlier this month in Austin, and they had I actually made a point at the time looking at agenda management tools and website upgrades and things like that. There's a lot of stuff out there right now.
I got one more quick question, if I may. Obviously, you have a very strong financial background,
Thank you.
and probably, as you heard, we just hired a new CFO.
Yeah.
How can you two connect, or did you even put any kind of ideas? How can you be in sync?
I don't really know
quick as
her.
possible?
I don't know her yet, so I haven't really met her, but you know, I think probably we would have to come together and get a sense of what each other's strengths and weaknesses are. You know, I have a strong budgeting background. I'm not an accountant.
Yep.
Never have been an accountant. I don't want to be an accountant.
Yep.
So, you know, I would hope that the CFO would be real strong on the accounting side. And I could probably help work with her and provide some guidance on budget formats and things like that, is what we want to look at. But so using the budget as a management tool. Yeah, it's a matter of with any staff just getting together and figuring out the best path forward using each other's strengths.
So, I'm sorry, just open up another question, if I may, I'm sorry. Obviously, you did your study quite a bit, and obviously, you know, it's, you know, what we budgeted for a year or next year. I'm assuming you did that homework. And where you see Bellingham going 3 years from now on?
Well, one thing I noticed,
Okay, but
that's interesting, you have a really good new growth number. You've had it for several years now. And I don't know what the thinking is in terms of whether that new growth continues or not, whether it's slowing down. In Lakeville, we're dropping off big time.
It'll continue.
It'll continue, so that's great. I mean, when you have a budget of 55, 70 million like you do, and you have new growth of 1.2, 1.3, 1.4 million a year, plus your 2.5%, that's not bad. That's not nearly as challenging as a lot of places kind of are dealing with. There's actually there's a town administrator's email chain that goes on of southeastern Mass town administrators. Bellingham's not in this, I don't think. It's mostly Plymouth and Bristol County. And there's a question that somebody put out, I won't say who because that would be rude, put out asking, is there, you know, anybody's thinking about doing levy overrides next year for operations, which is, you know, you don't want to do that if you can help it. And it was surprising to me how many said, yeah, we might be doing that for 25, not 25, 26. Because, you know, everyone's doing contracts now with their unions, and they're getting them, you know, you're getting, the 1.5%, 2% doesn't work anymore. You know, raises are getting like 3%, 4%, whatever, you know, whatever. JLMC is awarding big numbers if you go to JLMC. So there's a So the upward push is higher. And then there's also the effects of inflation in general on contracts and goods and services and things like that. It's challenging in an environment where you're statutory limited to your 2.5%. So that's a challenge. And whatever you guys do, you really need to make sure you have somebody in place who's handled that type of thing before. Knows how to manage those kinds of restrictions effectively.
You said it early on that the reason that you were interested, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I was actually probably going to say the question. No, go ahead.
If
No,
I'm
no,
not
please.
touching on it, please come
Yeah,
back. You said early on that it was time to look into something new. And so did taking on the town administrator role not meet your expectations? Because it's obvious, I mean,
Yeah,
I gotta admit, you're a finance guy.
I don't wanna overstate too much again, just too much, especially in public forum, but there are challenges there. It's a very divided town. And there's just a lot of development issues and governance issues and questions regarding what is acceptable staff empowerment and what's not, that have caused a lot of challenges for a lot of the staff.
So stepping into the role of town administrator. Done it for a couple of years. What do you enjoy most about it and least about it?
I really enjoyed managing the organization and coming up with collaboratively with my board to come up with ideas and concepts and goals, and then being told go for it thoroughly and do it. And that's where I get the most satisfaction is doing that. We've moved a lot of major projects that were kind of languishing in Lakeville, a lot of civil capital projects, things that are quite major. We've done some really interesting things with, here's an example. We have there's a cell tower in town that when I got there, I got there in 21, I learned that the lease on that cell tower is on town land, expired in 2017. And so, but they just kept paying. So we ended up putting up an RFP, and so the prior status quo ante was they probably $35,000-$40,000 a year on a 20-year lease. So I guess we get $100,000, right? So we working with on a RFP, we had two very competitive bids. We were able to kind of work with both, get to the best solution. We end up with a $2.15 million payment, one-time payment, which in turn is going to be into capital and used towards some future capital projects that we have going on. Moving forward on a fire station project, we work on a new DPW building, a lot of things that are just very exciting that I'm really proud of. The stuff that I haven't that I have has challenged me a little bit has been
If you don't feel comfortable answering, that's understandable, given the mechanism of this
Right,
process.
I'll put it this way. As a town administrator, I am very willing and excited about the idea of sort of jumping into the proverbial pool and getting to work, doing what you do. The challenge for me is if I'm in there doing the work, it's a reasonable expectation, I think, on my part, that the governing body and that the associated committees to some degree, governing body, are in there with you, or at least cheering you on. And that's I won't go into any more than that.
So for about 15 years of my career, my commute ranged from a minimum of 45 minutes to an hour and a half. I've worked on 128. Knowing the hours of this building end at 4 o'clock and you live in New Bedford,
Yeah.
how do you manage 7 o'clock meetings that go till 9, 10 o'clock?
Well, I have to work that through. I either would, my wife and I talked about it a little bit, probably, once things settled in, probably be a move in my plans. And we would just try to, either if not move in town, get closer. My wife teaches at a vocational school in Fall River. So there is a mathematical solution to that. It puts us in between. It's a reasonable commute for both. So that's kind of how we look at it.
Yes, yeah.
Can I ask one more question, Joe? Building off of, what Chairman Connors had initially asked, what makes Bellingham appealing?
It's has a very good reputation from a management standpoint. Dennis is very well thought of, you know, throughout the state, honestly. And that's a legacy that's appealing to me. It's the model of governance is well defined and structured in a way that that some places aren't so much. The role of the town administrator is pretty clearly defined here, and that's appealing to me. I like that it's a little bit larger than I had in Lakeville as an organization. You know, actually, well, more than little, budget about double, probably about twice as many employees too. So that's some, you know, based on my prior experiences elsewhere, something I feel like I'm well suited to handling. So those are all things that appeal to me.
Okay, anybody else?
No, they did.
All right, Harry, question for the board? Do you have a question for the board or you all set?
Okay, I mean, some of this you kind of made, but I'm just kind of curious about what your thoughts are in terms of your priorities and what you're really looking for out of this. You know, one of the challenges in my mind, it's got to be from your mind too, is that basically making a decision based on meeting somebody for what's it, an hour yet? About an hour. You know, and it's a big decision to make. It's probably one of the biggest decisions you make. And you know, that's you know, I would take every opportunity I can to try to get a sense of where you guys are coming from in terms of what you're looking for in a town administrator, what you feel the major issues to be dealt with, things maybe I haven't seen understood. So I'd be happy to pull each of you at this time.
But I don't like starting that one.
I was gonna say that you say.
So I probably, on this board, I'm the one who worked the longest with Dennis. I worked for 23 years.
I saw the Bellingham Bulletin article.
Oh, God.
That's very nice article.
But, you know, in my mind, 35 years is a long time to be our town administrator. Not many town administrators that last that long. But we had the opportunity to have someone who was unique in this perspective that he lived here, his kids lived here, he did everything here. And I think what I'm looking for is someone who wants to become part of our community. We feel, I feel, I know that the guys do too, we feel Bellingham is an extremely special place to be. And so I want someone who's going to come in and understand that Bellingham is an extremely special place to be. And who doesn't mind taking on that role and realizing that being part of this community isn't just doing the budgets and working with the town administrator, the town departments. It's the community as a whole. So I think that's really important to me.
Yeah, that's gratifying to hear, actually. So thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Anybody else? Does that cover?
I think she covered.
No,
that.
I covered it
I
all.
would just make a
Good,
common
thanks.
statement. I think one of the challenges of this process, as you say, we're meeting you for an hour,
It is.
is that we're going to go home tonight and we can't speak with each other. We can speak with Ann, not Ann, Beth.
Yeah.
We can speak with John, but under open meeting laws, we can't consult
You have
amongst each
5
other.
of you. If we had 5 of you, you could do that. One of you could talk to the other one.
So it poses some challenges. It's not.
Yeah.
I think having interviewed several people over the years, there are questions that I'm not asking because we are in a public forum and I think the best interview is a good conversation. And this isn't exactly that dialogue.
Yeah.
So relative to what I'm looking for, I don't think someone who is here for one contract and leaves serves Bellingham well, but we're not going to replace Dennis. But someone who wants to see through 2 or 3 contracts is reasonable for someone with a wealth of knowledge built up over a career of a few decades that can step in and navigate the next several years.
Very fair.
I think I'll make a similar comment to it.
Yeah.
Again, and Mr. Connor said, I'm the newest member of the board, even though Ann had special election. I don't hold a candle to the experience that Ann has. The way I interpret this position, nobody is ever going to replace Dennis.
Probably not, no.
No, never. There's no probably. I don't think anybody can ever replace Dennis. But I think that the person that's gonna be filling his shoes needs to look at this position as it's a privilege to serve the residents of Bellingham.
Absolutely.
We had a whole town charter meeting, and the majority of those meetings that I sat through strictly revolved around the role of the town administrator, the education of the town administrator, the residential preference of the town administrator. So it's a position that has a great deal of weight within town that our residents are going to look to, to get us through. I mean, COVID and everything that we had, that Dennis has literally led this town through. I think what I'm looking for is building up on what Ann and Mr. Connor said, is somebody that just looks at the position as a privilege.
Yeah, well, I
So-
definitely, I can see that. Yeah, I mean, you have a right to a town administrator who is fully and totally committed to the organization and, ensuring success going forward. And it's really, the importance have the right kind of synergy, the right kind of dynamic, requires, the board and the town administrator being, like this, in terms of your perspective and your commitment. I would enjoy that partnership, with good people.
All right, so with that, opportunity, Ari, for a closing statement to the board. At this point.
Okay, you warned me about that. I'm writing anything down. Ladies and gentlemen, no, I really appreciate the opportunity to be here with you tonight. It's an exciting opportunity that I look forward to engaging in. I do think that there's some real, there are some things that I see in the way that the town is run historically that would maybe achieve some benefit in some ways to work together. I think the organization as a whole is in very good hands, and I would look to helping to augment and supplement that, and enhance that over time. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, Ari.
Thanks very much.
Thank you for coming out this evening, and as you know, the process is, board meeting tomorrow at noon time to talk, and I'll be talking to you after that.
Can I come up and shake hands? Is that all right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was a pleasure.
Thanks.
Talking to you.
Moving around.
Okay,
Excuse me, that feels good.
so we got a couple of minutes here. Let me get our final candidate in.
Thank you very much.
Well, everybody, thank you.
Thanks, it's still
Yep, do you want me to move them?
on. No,
Okay.
Maybe we'll talk about that.
Is your next candidate here?
Yes, yes.
Oh, yeah,
Text them.
no.
Bring them out. It's coming in right now? Yeah, well, you got a couple minutes on
Yes,
text them to come in.
I just need to.
Yeah, me too. Thank you.
Ron, with the one
He needs a couple of minutes. So we'll just deal with it.
All right, I'm gonna mute us then. I don't know, like, past what world. It was gorgeous.
All right, we're ready to get going. We've got the other two members that have just come in.
Thank you.
Okay. We're ready with our last candidate of the evening, Tim McInerney.
Hello, thank you. How are you? I'm good, thank you.
Okay, Tim, congratulations on being one of the 4 finalists of the position here in Bellingham, and want to thank you for applying for the position and putting yourself out for the position here. So why don't you start by discussing your background and your specific interest in this position.
Okay. John's told me I'd keep this to an hour. I'll try to do my best. I know you guys had a long day. You've got through a lot of information. My name's Tim McInerney, born and raised in Lowell, Massachusetts, public schools. Went to Suffolk University for undergraduate. I went to master's degree at the University of South Carolina. I got out in '97. My first job was in Mount Healthy, Ohio, small city just north of Cincinnati. 8,000 people, 1 square mile. You enjoy 926 per square mile, so we're very dense, very thickly populated. Ohio, I had no idea what I was doing in Ohio, but I got the job and I went and I stayed there for 4.5 years. It was a great experience. Always wanted to get back to Massachusetts. Came back and went to Salisbury for a while. I'm not going to go down that whole road, but I will tell you why I'm interested. I left Grafton 3 years ago. I have a little space in my resume out in the city of Worcester. I had the opportunity, I had twin boys that were 9 when I left Grafton, and I had an 11-year-old at the time, maybe it's 12. And I used that opportunity to be with those kids. So I got a number of 5-star ratings on Yelp for driving them everywhere they wanted to go. So I was helping my wife, who has a P&L out of a company in Cincinnati, and her business is growing. And so I had an opportunity to do 2 things: help her grow that business, which she's been at for 30 years, and spend time with my kids. So that's what I did. That's why there's a gap from when I left Grafton 2.5 years ago. I did about 10 months in Worcester, but in that off time, I spent a lot of time with the kids. I'm extremely grateful for that opportunity. So that's the short answer. My drive here, I look at this community when I visited town hall, when I visit the library, when I drive the streets and see the layout of the buildings. There's a sense of community. There's a sense of to the layout and the people that I talk to about the community. It feels a lot like Grafton. People are involved. People have a deep sense of community, and that's what I want to be a part of. I had the opportunity to stay in Worcester, and it's nice to have that experience, but it's not where you can really affect the most change for me. So that's my.
So coming into the position, how would you work with the board in understanding the vision of the board for the town? And what do you see your role in that process, as well as setting a path for implementation?
You guys have been here all night. My relationship with boards, and what I think it would be with this board, is to have conversations to understand the work that's been done with the master plan, any visioning process that's been done, and really to listen and facilitate and hopefully empower the staff to carry out those visions, those ideas that the board and the policies the board wants to see, that the town meeting is funded, get the staff to have buy-in and to understand that vision, and then to move forward. I think the underpinning for all of us is really to protect the taxpayer through transparency and let people know that we're working to be efficient in local government. That's the ultimate goal that we want to display. But how we would get to whatever the vision may be, it just has to be a lot of information sessions, a lot of communication, and a lot of output, and a lot of gathering of feedback from the residents. So the board can make the best decision possible.
So the board is in consensus that leadership skills are critical in this hire. What skills and approach will you bring to the table to address this?
Leadership. When I start in any position, I want to meet with internal staff, department heads, rank and file people. I watch people, I watch how people interact, and I try to add value at every step. Just by way of example, there's not a job in Grafton that I didn't do that, whether it was answering a phone or greeting someone at the door to take a payment at the treasurer collector's office. Not that I would ever recommend that because of fiduciaries and things like that, but you have to give service. So if you can, articulate that and show that and display that and show people they're not alone in their own little silo doing their work, that goes a long way to get people to buy into the vision and to provide great customer service.
So, coming into the position, you've talked about doing your research and going around. What do you think are the opportunities here and what are the challenges?
Well, I think infrastructure has been a lot of growth, certainly commercial growth. The schools are probably a great opportunity, being part of Blackstone Valley as well as a resource is important. It's interesting, there's a lot of parallels between Grafton and other than not having, having the Mass Pike versus having 195. But traffic is probably a problem for a lot of people who live here every day. The opportunities with, taxes and diversified tax base is an opportunity to keep stability for the taxpayer. And there was a second part, John, I'm sorry.
Challenges.
Challenges, I've listened to 2 meetings and I know that, the fire department has some challenges, has some new staff. Having those discussions up front about expectations and helping to manage those and help people find the right solution, again, to get back to the customer centric service piece of it. You have to have that interaction at the table at every step of the way in terms of communication.
So, from your experience, what's the single most important characteristic of an effective town administrator?
The first thing that came to my head was honesty. I think that being honest is a critical piece to making good decisions. So I think honesty is the number one.
Okay. And you mentioned schools a little bit. So what's a good relationship, between general government and the schools to be the town?
You have to meet with the superintendent and the business agent. You have to have conversations about what the budget can handle and what 2.5 will allow and where the growth can be. And if there's any efficiencies that we can have across departments between the municipal and the school districts. So again, it's redundant, I'm sorry, but it's about communication and having, well thought out meetings that both sides have input on the agenda, and then you move towards solving whatever issues might be there.
Did you have a chief financial officer or did you operate in a town accountant setting?
Per the charter, I was the CFO. I was also the DPW director when I wasn't one. We did a town account.
Okay, so describe your role in the financial planning process and your role relative to the budget process.
The entire budget, capital and otherwise, there was no capital improvement planning committee when I was in Grafton. We did establish one because it was a lot under the charter. So we established that, and members from Board of Selectmen, Finance Committee, and various other groups, Planning Board. But I would set the schedule. I would do it, as a draft of when we're going to start this process. And July or September was the kind of the time frame to figure out what revenues might be. So you always want to start with revenues, and you have to set expectations for the department heads to ask for what they need, but to realize they may not get it because you're constrained by 2.5. And if you can find other resources or find some other method, grants or otherwise, to pay for it, those are the things you have to think about early in the discussion. And again, the calendar is important, adhering to it and setting expectations and getting it to town meeting. What we used to do it before town meeting, we do these cable shows where we would go through each article so we could educate the public ahead of time. So they weren't just walking in cold, reading the warrant or reading the article and then having the motion. And it's a lot to take in. So we used to do these breakout sessions on cable TV. And believe me, people watch cable TV. So that's a great mechanism and tool And we branched out into YouTube as well to get people, another generation of people to understand what town meeting was about and what the budget was about. So we did those type of things as well.
So when developing your budget, what was your fiscal philosophy?
We're never gonna use one-time revenues for ongoing expenses. It's just never gonna happen. We developed a financial management plan with IC, International City Managers Guide to Financial Management. Always starting with revenues, as I said, we look at local receipts, we look at what's allowed in the 2.5, the history of state aid, and we would advocate, at every turn to make sure we got enough state aid, or at least our fair share of state aid. The underpinnings of which you have to know exactly what you have to work with. But the other piece is you have to let everybody know what you have to work with, because if they don't see it, they just think, hey, I need $4 million to run my department, and that's all they're concerned about. Everybody has to have an open mind in terms of, this is an entire community we have to fund. We can't all get exactly what we want.
So how would you immerse yourself here in Bellingham in the finances and their budget process?
I'll start with the audit. I can always use DOR or DLS, but the audit would be good. I know you just appointed a new CFO, so there'll be a little bit of a curve there. Institutional knowledge from staff would be critical to meet with those people on finance committee, if the board's involved in the budgeting process, and what they gleaned from that and what they want to see improved would be another facet.
So let's discuss your experience with financial forecasting and reviewing financial policies and that role.
Well, we used FTMS, Financial Trend Monitoring System, which was an ICMA program to forecast back and forward what what local receipts might be, building permits, new growth, what's allowed under Proposition 2.5. So we would have that FTMS tool. Now we can use AI. I don't know if I necessarily trust it 100%, but we can use artificial intelligence to do that stuff as well. So the second piece is about the policies.
Yes, financial policies.
I think every community has to have it. I think it's part of what bond rating, especially if you're going to borrow money, wants to see in place before you go out for a borrowing. So again, a lot of it's boilerplate, but again, the discussion with the school committee, so they understand, and the superintendent, board of selectmen, finance committee, those groups are critical to establish those policies and to adopt them formally.
What was your bond rating in drafting when you were there?
Same as here, AA plus.
Okay.
That's when you started or when you took it over or before you?
It was A minus. The ratings from Moody's and Standard & Poor's changed over the past 15 years, so it was lower than it was when I left. It got better.
Thank you, sorry.
Okay, so it increased during your time to
Yeah.
the AA plus.
And that was critical because interest rates are tied to that, not a few basis points, but it still matters to the taxpayer to get that bond rating as high as you can, so you keep the interest as low as possible.
So talk about some large municipal projects you've been involved with and, project management from that perspective.
I started to think about this when I applied for this job, and I got to about 150 million. And I got to Graf in 2008, probably the worst time, to enter local government with the economy the way it was. We embarked on a high school project. I believe the state was paying 52.2% of that cost. It was 40 million to the town, 80 million, give or take. We just finished a wastewater treatment facility upgrade. It was 40 million. What's interesting about that is we had the lowest sewer rate in Worcester County, if not the central Mass. And 6 years, we knew this was coming from the EPA to upgrade wastewater. And we had to steadily increase the bill. We had to let people know so they wouldn't just get a $15 bill one day when the debt service came due. So we incrementally increased it and throw that money away. So we had a strategic approach to know that we're going to spend this 40 million. We've done a DPW, a library. I've done a number of vacant buildings, an old police station. When we built a new police station, we had a vacant building. And we used cable franchise fees to redo that building as a cable studio for the community. So it's really a municipal complex. We did a fiber municipal area network. using cable franchise fee as well. We fibered the whole town with a loop. To have redundant communication, we can send emails without using internet through that fiber and connect all of our buildings, telephony and IT was set and will be set for a long time with that fiber. So those are a couple of quick examples.
Okay.
Whose idea was that?
I'm sorry.
Whose idea was that? Like, the collectively, or, someone gave you guys the idea? How you guys came up with that idea? Just looking through the budget process?
No, it wasn't through the budget process. We had an active cable oversight committee.
Yeah.
And one of the members was a member of IEEE, which is an engineering electrical group. And, we wanted to take the poles in the future for lighting, because we paid $100,000 in lights, and we wanted to get the poles and the lights when the time was right. So we had space on the poles to do the fiber.
Yep.
And we just, I'm thinking it's Bob Hassinger, but it's either a combination of a discussion with Bob or him.
Yep.
Or me. It was one of us either having a discussion, came up with it, and we just rolled on it.
Great catch, that's
Say again.
great idea.
Yeah, it was. Utilities are tough to deal with, especially have make-ready space on the poles, and we begged for forgiveness after we put the fiber up. Don't tell anybody I said that.
Thanks.
So let's switch over to HR, human resources, and what are the key issues today that need to be addressed in HR in general for municipality?
What are they? Well, retention and equity and inclusion and pay. Just because municipal government isn't something you study for, it's not something, unless it's a master's degree in public administration, which there isn't a real focus on local government. There is at Suffolk now, but there's no training school for building inspectors or for treasurer collectors or assessors. So you gotta, once you get someone in an entry level position, you have to get them on a track to get continuing ed through the state to become, an assessor 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. Or the Mass Treasurers Collectors Association. They have to be a part of those organizations so they can stay in the organization, keep that collective knowledge, and then move up the ranks.
So when you're hiring, what are the 3 most important qualities you seek when hiring a town employee?
I don't know if I can give you 3, but I think I look for people that can do the next right thing. Weird thing to say, but if I drop a piece of paper on the floor, I'm not gonna leave that next piece of paper. I'm gonna pick that up. So I want to hire someone who's gonna pick up both pieces, not just theirs, but the guy or girl who left it behind the other way. Before they got there. So it's just someone who's gonna take the next right logical step. A good communicator, and again, someone who's honest, someone who's gonna tell me what I need to hear to get an efficient product out the door, or a service out the door, whatever that may be. So those are my 3.
Okay, great. How do you encourage teamwork in the workplace?
I think a lot of it is just showing up. You have to be there with people when they're doing the work. You have to be there and you have to show them that you're willing to learn if you need to learn something, or help them have the computer that needs to function the way it needs to function, or the software that needs to function the way they need it to run to do a Schedule A or whatever they have. So I think they have to see it in you, that you're willing to be there, not just drop it on the desk and walk away.
Not everybody, works well in our environment. So how do you deal with an employee who is not a team player?
Does that happen here? No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, you have to, again, I have to set an example to that person. I have to spend time with them. You have to mentor them. And at the end of the day, it's horrible to do, but you need to, to cut them loose if they can't perform the task. But you got to have a lot of time in between those 2 points. You can't just get to the end and say, I'm not dealing with this anymore. There could be a plethora of issues that have family, health, whatever it may be. It could be a simple thing like it's too hot, it's too cold. You got to just listen to people.
So discuss a little bit about economic development, in your background. And then when you're looking at Bellingham, what suggestions would you bring to the table to improve the approach I'm not looking for project, but the approach to economic development?
Let's give me the first part again.
So talk about your background relative to economic development.
Well, my first community was a city, and we had an infrastructure project and a beautification streetscape project that brought in a CVS. At the time, it was a $1.8 million project, which in a small community relies on income tax and not property tax. It's a big deal to have jobs. So that was one that was important to get. CVS at the time was 1999, 2000, wanted to be at streetlights. Well, like Walgreens, they wanted to be at a stoplight, and we were able to provide that along this corridor in Ohio. And we facilitated that. Maybe it was because I had an accent from the east. They're obviously in Rhode Island, CVS was. But we just facilitated that to come to Mount Healthy. And then there was a vacant drive-in theater that had been vacant for years. This is, 1997. And we developed that into, it's called Affinity Place. And there's a number of businesses and jobs there. One developer bought it at my urging and maybe begging at times, because we wanted to have jobs. I think we created probably 150 jobs, long-lasting jobs, not just temporary. So that was a big deal because we had the 1.5 local income tax. So that's there. Fast forwarding to, say, Grafton, very much a bedroom community, some industry with Wyoming Gordon. Retaining the businesses that were there was important. Vacancies were almost non-existent, but we did have a couple. We worked with the Economic Development Committee to make sure vacancies were at least known that they were available. Obviously, LoopNet and real estate sectors and real estate agents know what's vacant. But we would add another layer of that. We did things in Grafton with local cable. We would go into local businesses and the local barber shop and interview the owner and talk about his business, and we would play it on TV, and then he would get to show everybody, look, I'm on TV, and it would do everybody. And 2008 was horrible. People were just bailing out everywhere. I walked a small business district, maybe 2 miles long, from Stop and Shop to this nursery. And I only had a letter in my card just to tell them that we're here, the EDC is here, if there's something we can do, even, the smallest thing. It was a state road, so if we could call the state to fix a pothole for you, whatever it was, we wanted them to feel like they were welcome. We wanted them to stay. And then big projects, we had Tufts University, we had the train station. And we had one gentleman that had maybe 30, 40 acres of land behind the train station. And we worked with UPS to buy that parcel to be developed. And we had the state hospital project, which was a sales partnership with the state of Massachusetts, where we split the revenue from the sale. We got it from the state. It's an interesting dynamic, right? It's state property, it's a state hospital. It went to Tufts. Town went to town meeting. We talked them into giving it back to us. And then we sold it, we went out to bid, did a formal process. And that's a combination of residential 351 unit and 20,000 square feet of commercial retail space. So that's in the works, I hope, fingers crossed. It's still, the hospital's gone, the asbestos is removed. It's a vacant spot. So I'm hoping that'll be to come forward soon.
So what type of approach would you bring to the town here?
Well, again, I think it has to do with Economic Development Commission. It has to do with the board and what its vision is for what the community looks like. I can't just walk in and say, I have all the answers, because I don't. I need to, assess what works, what doesn't work, and then make myself available as a resource for hopefully the 25 years of experience I would bring to bring solution to get the right businesses for the community wants to see.
So how do you come in and increase communications, both internally and externally? Including use of technology or communication methods. What would be the approach?
I was lucky enough to have an assistant in Grafton, Becca Meekins. And sometimes ideas come from anywhere, and I'll take ideas from anywhere. And she said, we have to meet people where they are. And that statement just blew me away. So people are online, we got to meet them online. Because when I start in a community, when I go to church basements in every town that I go to and have these outreach meetings where I can get to know people. I never thought I was a congressman, but after I did it a couple times, I'm like, what am I doing? This is just crazy. But I got to know so many people through that process. And I could understand what their issues were, whether it was trash, snow plowing, they hit my mailbox. I was there for them to at least listen to and then bring something back. So, and sometimes those were televised, sometimes they weren't, but we would notice people, we did do some newsletter stuff, but email, Facebook, the website, cable TV, those are the methods. And just showing up to events, being a part of things, being at the senior center when, we know the police department knows of a scam going on. And we're gonna, do an informational session with the seniors about that. I'm at those events and I want to be at those events. That's what I actually miss the most about doing the work. It's just getting in there and being with people and telling them or helping them navigate those little bumps in the road.
So conflict resolution and, sometimes we hit these polarizing issues in our communities. They're local issues, but, we get people on, with different opinions. How do we navigate through that? How do we work through that type of scenario?
You have to keep talking and you have to keep gathering data. And you maybe have to bring in Office of Dispute Resolution, if you can believe there was an office called that. I used them in Salisbury 20 years ago for a matter. I don't remember the matter anymore, but I know specifically having outreach meetings with them in the room to kind of arbitrate the matter. In Grafton, we had a short line railroad, the Grafton Upton Railroad, it's only 13 miles long, but they put 80,000 gallons of propane in a residential neighborhood because they could. It's a horrible idea, but they did it. They're a railroad, they're exempt under the law. And we had many meetings at night and neighborhood meetings in the school that had everybody who was around and impacted and was worried about these tanks because they were used tanks. But they did it, it's safe, it runs fine, thank God. But lots of meetings, lots of bringing a lot of people in and getting yelled at a lot.
So let's talk about the relationship between you and the select board. And how do you see communicating with the board on big and small issues?
I think day to day, if I can send a text or an email, again, it's gonna be preference for the board. Some people want the phone call. I'll make that phone call. If I can send a text about a particular matter, I would do that. I used to do weekly reports when I was in Grafton. So whatever it was, whether it was a budget meeting, some issue with the state regarding the stretch code or the energy code was changing. I would try to give as much detail, certainly before a meeting, any agenda, we would do the agenda that the public saw, and they would have an online agenda that the members could click a link and see other information relative to the vote and what the vote would mean, and just trying to simplify it. But phone and text, but again, it's what the board wants to see from the TA.
So how do you define a successful relationship based on the discussion? How do you define a successful relationship between the administrator and the board?
Sometimes it's intangible. I mean, sometimes you just get the feeling that you have a relationship with somebody that you hit it off, you hit it off and you can communicate with someone and be yourself. They can be themselves and you can have that rapport. Again, it takes time. Trust isn't just given. People have to earn it. They have to live it. They have to see it. What it looks like. It looks like we are marching to the same band. At a meeting out in the public, we all kind of say the same thing. We're all looking to protect the taxpayer. Let's just say that's something we all kind of agree on. We want to do everything as efficiently as possible with little drama. That's kind of our goal. And that's what we should all march to.
What happens when your opinion, on any given subject differs from that of the board?
Well, just like every charter, right? The town administrator has a voice but no vote. I have to provide, under the code of ethics for ICMA, I have to provide good information to the board to make public policy decisions. If I'm wrong or I'm disagreed with, it's the board's decision, like, yeah, I have to execute what they vote to tell me to do.
So if during a board meeting, a motion is made to enter an executive session, but based on your experience and training, you believe the subject is not exempt, and they don't have the right to go executive session on, how do you handle that? And it's been a surprise to you in the middle of the meeting.
I would ask if the chair would recess for a conference, and so he and I, or she and I could talk about that it's not covered. And we'll see how it goes from there. That's a difficult and delicate spot.
Coming into the job, what's the first 90 days look like?
I think it's a lot of meetings with people. I think it's a lot of reading of documents. I think it's a lot of meetings that, require, maybe not the attention that might be making this week more important than it has to be, but, ZBA planning committees, if there's a building committee for public works, purchasing and designing fire trucks, getting to know those ins and outs, that's really the first 90 days for me.
And let's say you're appointed to the position 1 year from now. The board's asked you to give a report on your first year accomplishments. Big picture, what would you hope to be able to say during that discussion?
Well, we've saved taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars. I don't know, that's a good question.
You got the right answer.
There you go. You had me at a low, I'll just stop there.
So the question was asked, do I give these questions to the candidates in advance? Obviously not, but good comeback on that one. All right, questions from the board?
I have one. So I'm glad you were able to enjoy 2.5 years with your kids, family. And so my understanding is you are only helping the kids and then helping your wife to build her business last 2.5 years. So as you know, we have quite a few new department heads. If you come on board, how quickly you can catch up to the speed, get your feet wet, it's obviously, it's 2 years, it's not a long time, but it's a lot of changes. Obviously, you did your study, and I'm pleased with it. And what can you say about that?
Again, it'll take some time to pick a day.
Yep.
November 15th. From that day, I'm meeting with the police chief, fire chief, superintendent, and it's going to be a constant, nonstop. Because you get the budget process, you're gonna have the capital process, town meeting in the spring, all those warrant articles. I would hope that I have that baseline knowledge and the ability to build that relationship with those department heads within 30 days, if not 15.
Awesome.
Maybe I'm being too optimistic, but when I was in Grafton, and I hate to refer back, but I lived the job. When I took the job at Salisbury, I moved there because it's important to me from an identity standpoint to live where I work.
Yep.
I went to Seacon, I moved to Seacon.
Yep.
I went to Grafton, I moved to Grafton. When my kids are, middle school, tough to move.
Yep.
And I know there's, I'm not saying I moved, but I'm saying I'm with the community 100%, 24/7. I have a work-life balance, but this is what I've done for 20 years minus 2, 25 years minus 2. And you have to respond. I have to be here. You pay a lot of money, to be honest with you. I gotta be here.
I think it's really important for all of us, for town, to get somebody in the place, have the knowledge, education, know-how, try to be part of the community and understanding, and then move the town forward. I think that's what we're looking for. and collectively.
That's a great goal. Well, now you don't have to answer my
I-
question.
I'm pleased with the answer.
Thank you. That's it.
Thank you.
Others?
You have a question? You can go.
Yeah, so this is a question that I think we would be asked if we were to select you. How do you? Why did you appoint someone who was 16 months in Salisbury, 4 months in Uxbridge, 1 month in Ware, a long time in Grafton? When I first looked at your resume, you said it was that. Because it concerned me. You've explained away the gap. Why do you want to get back into the business now? I mean, your kids were 9 and 11, they were 12 and 14.
16 and 13 now.
Okay. So
One's getting
why,
his driver license in a couple months, so.
so what gets you back into the gig now?
I think I just have a bug for service. We didn't get into like how I grew up, but my father grew up watching city council meetings in the city of Lowell. And I was 5, 6, 7, 8 years old, and I just, local government's been in my blood from the beginning.
Let me delve a little bit more.
Yeah.
Why didn't you become the full-time if you were the interim in these other positions?
Uxbridge, I applied. I went and visited the communities. I'd never been to Uxbridge. And I pulled my name out, and the consultant asked if I would come on as interim. And I said I would do that, but I had no interest to go to Uxbridge.
Okay.
And Ware was a month, I helped them do their budget. The statement was made at a meeting that we've never passed a balanced budget before, and we're not gonna start now, and that didn't sit well with me,
Mhm.
because I didn't want my name on something that went to DOR, so that was my time there. And that was always only interim, never full-time. Salisbury, my first introduction to mass local government, and it just, I got appointed by a board in May or in April, and 3 of those members didn't run again. So I got people who did not hire me, I was working for. So that's my lame excuse for that.
John collected a lot of reference comments. People generally always say something positive. If we were to find someone that was negative, what's the negative comment they're gonna put around your neck? Could be someone who disliked you.
Yeah, I think that they would think that I was arrogant. I would think that they would think that. That's what I think they would say. And I work hard, I think I have a mindfulness approach to this, to where I'm trying to be extremely grateful for everything I have, and thinking that I have all the opportunities that I've been afforded. So I have that as the underpinning, but maybe it can come off as arrogant.
So appreciating that you were in Grafton for how many years? 11, 12 years?
Yeah, long, I mean, you probably don't, longest serving there, the average from the International City Managers Association for town administrators and managers is 2 to 5, plus that's changed in recent. Yeah. 2 to 5, superintendents are 5 to 7, the school districts. I went through at least 11 different board members and was offered contract extensions at every turn until the board completely flipped with 2 members got off, 2 new members came on, next election cycle 2, and the board just changed. And I was not about to fight the fight to stay. They wanted to go a different direction, and I was not gonna let the community get bogged down in that, so I left.
So at what point in your career you were unemployed, did you decide that you wanted to get back into the workforce? Was it a month ago or 6 months ago?
I think I've always, right when I left Grafton, I applied for Fairhaven, but I pulled out of that after.
I guess I'm getting to the
Yeah.
point of like, have you been applying to other towns, and what size towns have you been looking at?
I'm really in this 15 to 22,000 town. It's kind of the average middle town in Mass. I've only made one other application besides this one in the 2 years I've been out of Grafton.
So. So if you got appointed. It's this, how long do you want to stay here?
I don't wanna, I don't wanna go anywhere else, to be honest with you. I wanna be here and then end my career here. So if that's 10, 7, 10, 12 years. Whatever it is, I mean, Dennis did an incredible job for 36 or 32. I can't give you that. I'm not looking for a stepping stone, right? I'm in the same strata of municipality as I was. I've had the second largest community in New England with Worcester, and I don't want any part of that. And I like this area here because the people are, they want to see good government. They want to see people respond to their needs. And that's what I've seen this town do from what I can see. And I'm not here. Second, what I've seen, that's what I want to be a part of.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else?
Look, can I jump in? Yeah. Will you? What's the budget? It's obviously you've been gone for Grafton, but what was it when you left?
71 million.
So it's very similar-ish.
Yeah,
to us.
9 million. You have a huge enterprise of 8.5, 8.8 million for enterprise. We had two separate political subdivisions for water.
Yep.
But we had sewer, but that was the enterprise as well.
Thank you. When Mr. Connors, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna, when he asked, what can people say negative about you? And you said some people might think I might be a little arrogant. Did I catch that right?
That's right.
And the reason why they think you, or they think you might be arrogant because you want to get the things done, push the community forward, or what can be the reason? Just like a personal, or just you think like that I'm here to get the job done, I'm gonna move the town forward. So
That would be
so
the
on.
easy answer. I don't know why people think the way I can't, to be honest, I just cannot, I have no idea. I was guessing with him. I
Yeah.
just,
No, I'm just asking that I'm asking to you.
yeah.
Fair answer.
John can tell you in executive session.
Not allowed executive session. We'd have to step in.
All right, this is gonna, somebody who basically grew up in the Salisbury area, this is gonna heavily weigh on my opinion of you. Markey and Browns or Tripoli and Christie's?
Oh,
Well, I do a taste test every year. I get them both. Right? But I'm gonna go, what's the sweeter one?
Tripoli. In my opinion.
Christie's. I don't like the sweet. No, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
What are we talking about here?
I know. Boss, we're
Marcus
gonna-
and Brown.
We
I
can
grew up
we
in the
can take a
Merrimack
question.
Valley.
All right, so these guys know,
Yeah,
okay.
I have a follow-up question. So, you all set?
I'm never okay.
So we have a CFO, you Grafton did not, you served that role. How do you separate yourself from the CFO duties?
Well, that would be a very welcome burden not to carry, first off, because it's hard, right? You're gonna prepare for a town meeting. You want to get every number right. You want to answer every question. And I had to prepare for that at every town meeting. So to supervise it, not to be over someone's shoulder. I still ultimately feel that the responsibility is with the TA, it's a reflection on the board. We gotta get it right. So I can decouple myself pretty quickly from that role, but I'm still going to be a part of it. In terms of overseeing, to make sure that state aid, we're not off, when, I'll give you an example, your free cash was $6.6 million last year. That's 9% of budget. Every community, 5 I've been in, it's like 2.5% of budget. So you're doing very good on revenue, or you're spending a lot less than you've appropriated. I don't know what the policy was behind the makeup of the budget, but that's something I wanna know why that is. Because I listened to your meeting a couple weeks ago about worrying about fire trucks. it's a thing to worry about. We gotta solve that problem. So not a short answer, I'm sorry.
Be a long discussion to talk about our cash position. So, something to add.
Okay, anybody else?
No.
Okay, Tim, a question on the board? Do you have one?
I do, can I look at my notes?
No. Okay,
All right, I have it. And these aren't really, these are probably questions that John's gonna ask, right? But I just wanted to know, does this, knowing your staff the way you do, and you don't have to answer me. Can you see me working with your staff? I think that would be the question I would ask, but I don't want an answer to it because it's a hard thing to do, like your rhetorical question. I think that's what you'd wanna ask yourselves. Is there anything you thought they didn't elaborate enough on my background, my work experience that you want me to cover, or is there something that was, I said in the beginning that stuck with you? Do you want follow-up on?
You surprised me. I had a very similar stance to what Mr. Connors had when I looked at your resume. I guess you could say a predisposed assumption, but I'm pleasantly surprised.
okay,
I'm good, thank you.
all right, so this is an opportunity, Tim, for a closing statement on your part, before, we pass you out.
Nicely.
Yes, no, I appreciate your time. You've been here a long time. And you're being diligent in the search, which I appreciate. And is probably one of the things I learned through the process that makes the community that much more attractive. That you're spending the time that's necessary to pick the right person to lead the community. So I wish you well. I don't envy it at all. It's going to be difficult, I'm sure. But I appreciate letting me learn more about the community, learn more about you from your questions, and thank you for letting me be here. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
And thank you very much. Appreciate you coming in. So the board will be meeting tomorrow.
Yeah, go ahead.
The board will be meeting tomorrow at noontime. And you'll be hearing from me right after that. Okay, great. So I'm gonna address the board just from this side here.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you.
Good night.
Yeah, you'll see us. I gotta get away.
Yeah, I know.
PTSD's kicking in. So you were at the conclusion of the interviews, and you are scheduled for tomorrow. You have the background on each of the candidates. Excuse me, Tim. So you have the background on each of the candidates. You've gotten our remarks. We put, as you can see, extensive time in talking with, folks, to get those many remarks on the candidates. So we heard, we developed the position statement based on everything you had. A lot of time was put into that position statement going in. And I believe the four candidates you have kind of matched what I heard from each of you individually, of the experience, the capacity, and so on. So now it's before the board for a discussion. So as I told you in a prior meeting, we asked that discussion stay on a positive discussion tomorrow, because again, and you did very well tonight, with understanding that these folks, a couple of them, potentially have to go back to the community they work in. Hopefully, I know you appreciated the fact that they put themselves out. This is, I've been there, sitting on this side. This is a very difficult position to be in when you still have a position someplace else. But I want to thank the board, for your participation in this process. And I'm here for questions between now and tomorrow. Otherwise, we're good for 12 o'clock tomorrow, unless you have questions this evening.
I haven't.
Yeah, I need to go home.
Yeah, I would just throw an analogy to the situation. I was once on a jury, and the judge's advice to us was don't take a vote in the first 5 minutes when you get into the jury box. You have to talk through the candidates, and as you said, it's in a positive format. And years ago, we did find the person guilty anyways. But we did talk through the.
I was the chair of I was the foreman of a jury once. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So, we thank you for tonight. It was surprisingly went fast. A lot of information.
It was long, but it wasn't that long.
Yeah, it didn't feel long. I didn't.
It was very interesting to see each one individually, I have to say.
So, and I appreciate the people that tuned in, and,
Yeah.
I was watching all night, the number of people that cycled on and off,
Mhm.
and the people that sat through the 4 hours,
Yeah.
thank you very much. And, for anyone wondering about the process, that when we leave here, we cannot speak to each other. I believe it's my intent to speak with Beth and John, and, maybe prepare some notes so that when we do talk tomorrow, we have a substantive discussion. See everyone tomorrow at 12. Take a motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
Second.
First and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, everyone.